Good morning. How's everyone doing? All right. Looks like SPX is gonna fill that downside gap. In like the 168 range. Which could be good. Economic, like the jobs data this morning was not good. I would be very cautious right now. I mean, the unemployment rate went down. Kudos to the person that convinced you to get that straddle before close. Yeah. Yeah, that's working out real nice right now. To be fair, straddles before close have worked out pretty nice every day for the last like 3 weeks. Full bear or full bull? That's a good question. E-minis are already down to like 37.16. S&P's down to 36.90. Well, the SPY is. I mean, the S&P is going to gap down at open. That's going to bring us right back into the red part of the pimento. Well, darker orange. Are you planning on continuing to hold your calls on SPX, or are you gonna get out? The Novembers. I don't know about the Novembers. The shorter dated stuff, yeah, I'll probably get out of it. Because, I mean, even with the drop, it's still up, so. Maybe I'll see how today behaves. I need to check before the market opens, I need to check the gamma on the SPX. Good. Ooh, not great support at 3,700. Call set was looking so good too. I guess that depends. If we see longs buying more, um, it could be good for us at the cheaper call prices. But I'm worried the sell-offs will be far larger because of the rising or the lowering unemployment. That didn't really change much. Jimmy 2580. Did we test gamma neutral in the pre-market? No, right? No. All right. Straddle's the only thing making me money lately. Well, the market's really volatile. The pimento invalid now? It should be, right? No, we didn't fall through the bottom of it. Most of the puts are still for 1021. The question is, do they buy further out today? One P, one call puts on Rev as just another way to play the IV. No, it's another way to play them going to zero. Yeah, my November 3800s are now down 25%. I'm starting to wonder if that strike is too much of a stretch and if the market sentiment has changed too much. It's a good question. I One second. Let me check something here first, and then I'll get back to that. Oof, that's rough. It's next. So 3661. We have CPI next week. Trying to see if there's enough gamma to drag us down that far. All right, so 3700 is pretty bad, but 3690 and 3640 are both supports. Okay. All right. So we'll see. We there's some support at 3640. Yeah, I want to close these. Oh, maybe I don't. No, I'll keep those open because those are for November. Upstart's fine. Cat. Cat's doing okay this morning. Not super worried about Caterpillar. Okay. Yeah, 3800's tricky. I don't know what to say about it. There might be a little recovery today and a better exit, given the enormity of the drop. Well, higher employment means higher demand, right? Which means more inflation. But yeah, you're right. It's how are you working out how many rev puts you're gonna buy to hedge? I don't know, just 1-to-1. Yeah, AMD is gonna get the shit beat out of it today. Even though most of what they reported should be priced in already, it's the sentiment's still gonna turn against it. People are gonna short it. I got stopped out of SPX, so I'll buy 3,700 calls. Might not be bad. How's VIX looking this morning? VIX back up above 30. We have a new gap to fill, and it's above us. Well, this is too good. They keep setting these up. So another few days will fill. Any gaps on SPY to the downside? On SPY, probably not any big ones. SPX has one at like 3,600. No, we were discussing the opportunity to hedge Revlon going to zero last night. Playing an overnight spread, do you take the first chance at covering costs on one leg to let the other remain as all profits? Today I did. Yeah, today the call closed immediately at open. The puts are still open right now, but they have a stop on them. Days like today really show you the importance of hedging. Yeah, well, especially on the market with how volatile it is right now. Like I didn't hedge Caterpillar, right? Um, I watched some of your first streams and forgot what a polite young man you used to be. But I get grumpy answering the same question. 12 questions too. Also, are you still bullish on Rev? Yeah. As it's a good time to buy longer dated puts. Is it a good time to buy longer dated puts for SPX? Not really. I mean, VIX is still above 30. They're really expensive. You could buy them like out of the money, like crash insurance, but risky, right? I mean, I am bullish on Rev. It's just I think too many people are starting to like get the idea that Rev is something it's not, which is really dangerous, right? Like, people get in like echo chambers about stocks and they find more and more things to be bullish about because they've already got money on the line. Um and sometimes they take it too far, right? Revlon is a middle, well, kind of middle of the road potential volatility play. Like, sure, it may be a little bit better than 50-50, but not much. It's got, really cheap leaps that are super IV sensitive, and it generates volatility really, really quickly. There's a chance it doesn't get delisted. And if it doesn't, volatility will spike on it and the price of those calls will go up. It's not like a good company. It's not well run or managed. I mean, fucking obviously, right? Like, so a lot of people put faith into things that may or may not be something worth putting faith into, right? Just because Ron Perlman owns a bunch of it doesn't mean he's going to do anything with it, right? The potential for him to do something is there, but that doesn't mean he will. One of my alerts just triggered, just so everyone was aware. SPX is below 37.20. Thanks for letting us know, Lawrence of Arabia. We appreciate it. It is a degenerate gamble. Like, it's fun. It's super fun. There's opportunity to make a lot more money on it than you put into it. But there's also an opportunity to lose all the money that you put on it. Revlon's far riskier than any of our OPEX plays, and people here are terrified of OPEX. Yeah. Do you think the lender would have given Revlon for 1.4 billion loan if they were going to go through with the bankruptcy? I mean, the 1.4 billion dollar loan is for the bankruptcy, right? It's to restructure their debt and be solvent because they were insolvent. and hopefully continue operations. But yeah, they have assets, so why not? Well, the rate hike's inability to start bumping up inflation, plus the pleas from the UN, give the Fed any reason to moderate? I don't think so. I mean, the Fed seems very committed to hitting an aggressive rate by early 2023. Cat is kind of stable so far. Is that surprising or unsurprising? Unsurprising. I mean, it did lose some ground overnight. The lose all your money on it gets ignored. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, is that people are ignoring the you will lose everything that you have on it part. and you know, some of us only have money on Revlon that we made off Revlon. And that's fine, right? Because you know you're not really losing any more than you started with. Do you think today's speeches will affect the market? Possibly, yeah. The market may just be like looking for good news. I am seeing some call buying coming in on SPX at 3,700, so that's nice, and 3,750. So we're starting to fill in that lower range. You know, yesterday when we were trading higher, we were seeing a lot of out of the money calls being bought, like above 3,800. So it's good that we're now seeing the calls kind of filling in the 37 to 3750 range. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not buying the float. That's the reason I'm not buying the float, right? A lot of people made money in June. So it's, you know, usually OPEXs are kind of a mixed bag. The stock did go up like 22%. Some people just took profits right away. Some people got out before they crushed the IV. Some people didn't. Usually the most vocal ones. Market looking for confirmation bias to pump. Literally anything like reading tea leaves or looking for emojis in Fed speakers' tweets. Yeah. Well, we have wholesale inventories coming up a little bit later today. 10 o'clock. So well, not a little later today, 17 minutes. Um and Fed Williams is speaking. I may I may close up my October Caterpillar position before we get the wholesale inventories report. If it's good, it could be good for Cat, but if it's bad, it could be very bad very quickly. So I think I'll keep my November position open. But I should have probably gotten rid of these Octobers already. I think now might be a good time. Uh yeah. The lower gap on this SPX is filled now. And continuing to fill. You make a case for why in the world puts would capitulate today if the XPX doesn't bounce. I mean, they won't if it doesn't bounce. Not today, at least. But they are running out of theta. So they need to either roll, which also deleverages, or they need to close. Expiration's coming out, but they still have 2 weeks. So yeah, I mean, obviously without any pressure on them, they're less likely to, right? We fall into the darker part of the pimento. What's up, character name? I bought up shares hoping for a potential run up in the coming weeks, but isn't it also just a good long term hold at these prices? It's not a terrible company. They make pretty good money, and they have a decent balance sheet. Uh, I think they're definitely worth more than $20. I don't know if it's something I want to invest in. I don't like the company that much, but they're definitely like undervalued. What are your thoughts on MMTLP? Oh, it's just like, isn't that the like preferred dividend stock for metamaterials? I think it's ridiculous that people are still going on about that 2 years later. I think they're forecasting I think they're forecasting stagnation in the wholesale inventories. So we want to see like 1.3% or better. Do you still see puts for Q3, Q4 earnings becoming a viable play, or is Ivy Crest still too damaging? I mean, as long as you buy them with enough data, you won't have to deal with like Ivy Crush from earnings. Been treating SPX with all I've learned from the streams. When I have time to actually sit down and watch the charts, I've been doing well, but I need better risk management. Nice, man. My thing with Rev is that they do get listed. Does that make them worth zero? It just moves exchanges. Could it lose value? Yeah, sure, but to zero seems pretty far-fetched, no? I mean, you have to remember on OTC, they're gonna like naked short the fuck out of it, right? It's because Houston Wade is pumping it, saying it will squeeze to 60 because they're going private. That's usually not how things going private works. Well, I mean, maybe in advance of them going private. It could, I mean, if there's like short interest on it, but good good luck to everyone holding those. What's your take on REITs? I'm out of O right now. I'm still in Alexander's. They're okay. Sold call spreads and the money for Sava yesterday. Taking profits today. Nice, man. How's Sava doing today? Is it coming down more? Should be. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's fallen. It's fallen back into my bear call spread. You can buy the float for peanuts. Isn't the hearing just a formality, considering Rev doesn't meet the criteria for delisting? No. Right? It's a private it's a private vote in a private company making the determination on whether it will remain listed or not, right? So the outcome of that cannot be predicted. Houston Wade doesn't know the difference between a stack and a pencil sharpener. Thank you. Metamaterials largest bag holder. Subway Cup. Once again, just like yesterday, I bought November 17 SPX 3635p at 40 for a retest of 3720. Took profit at 43. Now the contract is worth 60. Someone please shoot me. Why don't you try setting stops instead of just taking profit? Wholesale inventories are in 8 minutes. But stops on my calls. Stop 2021. These are super shitty. Hmm. Do you think we get a decent week sooner or later? We're gonna need a lot of good news all in a row to have like a really strong week. I was waiting for 3880 to 388 to buy spy puts. Now I'm not sure we'll get back to that level. I'm gonna wait and see at this point. Yeah, same. Calls being dumped at these levels? Not really. Some, I mean, SPX doesn't seem too bad right now. Looks like a lot of calls being bought at 3680 and 3705. These are weird strikes. Why would anybody buy calls there? 3700 skewing a bit negative. More puts? Yeah, just be patient. I'd wait and see what happens here. We have wholesale inventories in 5 minutes. I don't think there's any reason to react before that occurs. I should set my stops wider on my puts, though. What's your target for SPY SPX for the next week? That's really going to depend on what happens today. If we continue to fall and put interest comes back to the downside, it doesn't look good. Also, next week's unpredictable. We don't know what CPI data is going to come in at. If CPI data comes in under, it's going to be super bullish. You think it's worth getting a spread on the SPY for inventory results? I mean, you could straddle it. It seems like the market's stagnating a bit into the report, but it could also be like Evan's speech as well. They both start at the same time. Why such a low strike? I mean, if volatility picks up, they can print even if they don't, even if the price of the stock doesn't drop. Right? Like if Revlon goes to $35 and IV moves up 200%, like Jan $1 puts will still be worth money. More money than they cost. I bought 3705s. It's a row play. You wouldn't understand. I'm doing all right, Trina. How are you? While Spymageddon is occurring, note how resilient Cat is to these downturns. Who can say deep fundamental value? It's not that resilient. 3 minutes? Can you ask Visceral why he took away my membership? I don't think he did. Do you think they're trying to get out of the 365 puts? Maybe? 3650? There's not a lot of them, though. They're coming in. Like, people are buying them right now, but there's not a lot yet. Still averaging down AMD if it holds here. I'm not feeling good about my November 70 and 75s. I feel pretty good about the November 70s. I do agree it's getting fucking hammered. But I also think that most of this should have been priced in, given that, you know, Micron, Intel, and Nvidia all pulled back their expectations, and AMD took a hit in sympathy with that. AMD's also still showing, you know, 29% growth year over year, which is insane. It's like, you know, seasonally the slow part of their cycle, and crypto has been down, which is hurting both them and Nvidia, right? It's risky though. Yeah, you know, AMD's generally bad news on AMD is heavily shorted. There's a lot of long short positions on AMD. I expect inventories to be stacked to the roof. Probably up, yeah. Which, yeah, I mean, up isn't great. So here's the thing, your analysis is spot on in terms of the data. However, I think your outlook on institutions are that they are robots driven by the same data. But they're not robots, they're human and can be just as irrational as any other. No offense, Mr. Girk, just MO. Oh, I understand that. I mean, that's what you have hedges for, right? And it depends on the institution, too. The larger they are, the more risk averse they are, right? They aren't really prone to irrationality. There are reasons for what they do. Can you explain a minute by minute difference in ES1, SPY, SPX? ES1 is the underlying, right? But it seems like the minute price action of SPY SPX isn't exactly this. No, SPX is the underlying. ES1 is futures on it, and SPY is an ETF derivative of it. That's awesome, Trina. What do you got, OG? Long call, long put. Oof. Fuck. Yeah, the theta on the long put side's rough. I mean, I put stops on it, but that's like all you can do, right? Like, obviously, it's accruing more value per tick than it's losing to theta. I mean, positionally, you're up. Here's the mistake you made with how you're trying to do this. If you're kind of trying to do the same thing I'm doing, is that you're supposed to get more leverage on the put side. So since you save so much money buying those puts, right, you're supposed to get more leverage on them. So you have 10 and 10, but it should be like 2 to 1. Wholesale inventories. They just hit the forecast, still at 1.3%. Or no, that was the forecast. Okay, yeah. So at the forecasted. So about double. So move my stops on SPX 30. Are you going long on AMD at these prices? Not yet. Not until I see the market recover, and then I'll average down my November position. But I'm not buying shares. Why the drop with Jimmy today? Because the market's getting absolutely obliterated. It's market's down 224 basis points today. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Is notionally both legs are the same. Does that make sense? OG rules. So I'm putting like 97,000 leverage on the long side, but it's farther dated. Okay. Because I'm playing the market doing this, right? Like when I'm entering those straddles, I'm playing the, the market's going to do that over time. So I'm buying high leverage on the short term and then longer dated calls for the upside. That way this drop pays for these calls. The problem with this is you lock all your potential profits up in the farther dated calls. So if these calls never print, the whole position is kind of null. Okay. I mean, it seems like you mostly understand it. And yeah, even if you're even, you'll still be up, right? Like you're still up on the position you showed me. How does the pimento look so far? Not looking good for bulls. I mean, we broke down from the trend. Um, we'll see how far the pullback is. Obviously, like wholesale data is bad, but it's not gonna like destroy the market or anything. We'll pull it up. Nope, nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. There. Is that working? Okay. So, we're staying in the lower range of this, but remember, after this Friday, Theta is going to start to eat away at those positions really fast. Or after today, rather. Because then they start moving into like the 14 DTE range. And it could be that, they're holding their puts open through CPI and PPI. A lot of them have already sold off, though. Can you explain inventory numbers and impact on the market? So wholesale inventories is let me think of the best way to explain this. It's the stock of unsold goods held by wholesalers. They're a big part of like the gross domestic product. So high inventory obviously means people aren't buying, which points to like an economic downturn. And so inventory is about doubled for this month. But we're still below like April. I think so. The report we just got is August. July was down by about half, or a little more than half of 66%. And then June was 1.8. I think May was 1.7 or no. May was higher. May was 1.9. So, over the last month, economic demand has slowed down a bit, but it's not approaching the highs for this year. Because I think in February it was at like 2.8%. So it was much, much higher. Ape News Network, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Are you gonna hold your November cat calls through this downturn? Yeah, I may even buy more. It's a good opportunity to pick up more BTU. Ooh, Rivian getting a big sell-off today. Visa finding some stability. The difference between day trading and scalping, I mean, there's not a lot, but day trading is kind of like swing trading over the course of one day. Scalping is buying into momentum and then immediately selling out. So you're just like, scalping is, say the price is just moving up really fast. Like, you're buying in here and selling right here, right? And scalping is a type of day trading, but generally when they differentiate between the two, day trading is like, something hits its low level and you buy, and then, over like the next hour or so it comes up and you sell. They are both types of day trading. Or scalping is day trading. So there isn't a difference between it. It's just a type of day trading. Here you go. All scalping is day trading, but not all day trading is scalping. Doesn't the same theta affect your calls? I mean, I'm out of most of my SPX calls. I've sold a lot of them on the run up. I still have 3800s, but they're for November. They're not for October 21st. So I have 3800s for November 18th. I have some 3700s still that I hadn't closed yet for the 21st. But we're not really that far off from 3700, and most of those shorter dated 3700s I bought down in like the 3600, 35, like 80 range, right? So they're still not getting hammered that bad. I missed this setup. Is there a clip explaining it? Which setup? Do you see longer dated put flow? A little bit. There's some. Here, hold on. Give me a second. So if we go out beyond to like November 18, which is the next big OPEX, the like CWAP, which is the weighted average open interest of the strikes, is 3805. So it's a little more bullish. I would say it's mostly more bullish. Well, yeah, after 1021. Even 1021 is starting to trend. You know, like a few weeks ago, not even last week, 1021 was like 3600. Now it's like 3728. So we're seeing it slowly move up. It's just very slow. Why wouldn't upstart shorts use this opportunity to get it off of Reg Show? I mean, I think they're trying to get it off of Reg Show, but remember, if you're naked short something, right, and you're failing the same position every day, um, like it's a little harder. Not everyone who's short a stock is like an AP or a market maker, right? Like they don't all have access to the same types of liquidity. The same case could be made for GME back in January of 2021. Like Citadel and Susquehanna, they're massive APs, they're market makers. They can get liquidity and draw it from all over the market, right? But like Melvin couldn't. Melvin was just short, right? They didn't have access to, ETF liquidity or anything like that. Yeah, market is actually open on Monday. The bond market is closed. More cat calls on this pullback for December. Um, I'd think about it. Tricky range. If it falls to like 172, maybe. If you're buying now for December, you're. Hmm, I guess you could target 180 again. Yeah, that's not terrible. Did the pullback really make the calls that much cheaper though? Time to buy SPY calls. I'm probably gonna get stopped out of my SPX puts for today here in a second. I don't know if I want to buy the long side of that. That seems a little risky. Maybe at the money. It did fill the gap. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat. I'm catching up. Still gonna hold the October 21 calls for GME, or are you gonna average down? I'm probably gonna continue to hold them for ETF exposure, but I'll probably average them down on Monday. I don't have a lot of confidence in the ETF exposure doing a lot to the price though. So be careful with that. Like I think we can go up a little bit, but it's not gonna be crazy. We don't have any like big ETF FTD spikes. We just have some ETF FTDs every day. I felt better about it with the market recovering because we had that additional pressure. But with the market slipping today, that's not very good. What's the minimum amount a day trader has to make in order for you to consider them an actual day trader? I don't think that's a qualification. I stopped out of my puts. I've been lucky with doing my way out of the money long strangles on SPX. Took my account from 600 to 3,500 this week. Nice, man. Is now the time to buy 0DT SPX calls? I picked up a couple here. SPX Rex, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added after the stream. I appreciate it, man. So to the downside on AMD, the next resistance is at shit. What is it? It's like 59, like 59.21. If I remember correctly. Is this good or bad for Cat? And Cat seems to be doing pretty fine, pretty okay today. It's very index exposed though, so watch out for that. Wow, I stopped out that quick. Okay. Cat rounded bottom breakout. No. Maybe a bounce off 175 though. What's up, SPX Rex? Big numbers. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Appreciate it. Oh, you're already set up. Well, thank you all the same. Mr. Ko-Fi. Oh, sorry. Do you think we see a run up into close, or at least some sort of bounce back today? I think with the call buying we're seeing coming in, we may see a little bit of a recovery, but I don't like. We're not going to move up to like 3,800 today or anything. The call buying's pretty slow. It's not coming in really fast, so probably just more chop. Don't forget next week's CPI, which is going to be a really big pivot point for a lot of the positioning on the market, right? Well, yeah, that could happen, Trina. I wouldn't dwell on that. What do you think about Cat November 180s right now? Not terrible. Mine are way up, so I kind of don't want to, like, I'm not incentivized to buy more of them and average up, but yeah, I mean, they're not the worst. 730, there's a pretty good chance that Caterpillar tests 180 again by then. I think it's plenty of time. So yeah, it's not a terrible target. Yeah, we filled the downside gap on the SPY. So oh here, I'm on the fucking there. Sorry, I was on the 5 minute, which I need to go back to. But yeah, we filled this gap. This one from like 37.25 to 36.74. That's filled in. There's still another one to the downside. But, you know, downside gaps on SPX don't generally have to fill. They can sit there for months. I like the recovery above the 36.50 level. That's good. It's not a great recovery, but it's decent. Monday is a non-settlement day as well. Yeah, it should be a non-settlement day. Which adds even more weight to the 11th for FTDs, right? That's why I'm kind of excited about the 11th for GME. As like we have XRT reg show, we have deferred settlement for Monday. And that, like, even though our ETF FTDs are really well distributed across the 6-day period. So like ETF FTDs are kind of just at the same level pretty much all through this period, right? But because Monday is a non-settlement day, that pushes these ETF FTDs that are due Monday by opening bell out to Tuesday by opening bell, right? So Tuesday is a little more stacked because of that, and we have XRT Rule 204. That, and if, you know, we can hit some good like PPI data on Tuesday, we could have the market pressure helping us as well, and that gives us our best chance of breaking up. But I mean, they are fucking driving GME's price down with puts so hard. Like, they really don't want it to break out. This may be, like, it's not notionally the largest pressure I've ever seen on GME, but it may be some of the most concentrated. What's up, Bipolar Bear? You got censored? Or did you just not say anything? First Visceral takes away my membership. Now Carl put me in an infinite timeout. My GME calls are red. Today's stream will likely be boring. Happy fucking Friday, Pi-Fi. Happy fucking Friday to you too, Bipolar Bear. You're just mad because ACIW isn't up today. Be honest. Like, don't blame everyone else. Did we gap over on the SPX? Okay, I covered that. Stopped out of the puts. We can bounce now. Yeah, mine are closed too, so we can drop more. You think Nerve is a good play with shares soon to earn 10-20%? Yeah, I mean it'll have FTDs if you're gonna play shares on it. I really don't want to play it without leverage. Um, but yeah, it should have FTDs carrying over. I mean, you're gonna have to check the FTD report and stuff. I'm not interested in it because they didn't open up the chain, which is it's really weird they haven't opened the chain. By the way, if Rev is delisted, would you sell or is there still upside potential? Sorry, I've been away for a bit. If you've answered this a million times, I mean, there's historic precedent for both. I think the biggest problems with going to OTC really are like there's much higher risk, right? And you're facing like higher transaction costs and the environment is less liquid and more volatile, right? So there are a lot of risks getting moved to OTC. That and the way they clear FTDs on OTC stocks is drastically different than the way it's done on like uh the big exchanges, right? And so manipulation is a lot easier from the short side. It's a big risk to continue, like a really big risk to continue carrying it into delisting. Could it be beneficial? Yeah, I mean, like it could get delisted and they might close their shorts, but they also might like quadruple down on them. You know anything about the swaps people have been mentioning around the 11th? No, but everyone's trying to rehash JFresh's T plus 69 DD without, I don't think, ever having actually read the DD. Rule 204 is the forced closeout requirements. So, market open day of the first day of threshold FTDs must be settled. Like the orders must be placed by opening bell of that day, and then each day after, right? So on the 13th day, the first day is settled, and then so on each consecutive day until it is no longer on reg show. Sometimes you get things that go on reg show like Upstart, and after it hits reg show, in an effort to cover those FTDs, they in fact create more. So, on the 13th day, they go to cover the first, right? And say, they have 500,000 FTDs here. But on the 13th day, they create 600,000 FTDs. And this is how they stay on reg show indefinitely, is because they're still failing at a rate greater than would allow them to remove the stock from reg show. And the reason for that is largely due to the fact that once you've begun that rule 204 closeout requirement, you can no longer short the stock without a pre-borrow agreement, right? So they then have to use synthetic liquidity to short, which creates a higher rate of failure. Yeah, Upstart's already on that cycle. What's the lowest you can see GME trading at this year? Um, You know, sub $20 doesn't last very long. There's, you know, even sub 25 is, they really have to push very, very hard to get it below those levels. And in doing so, obviously create a lot of obligations. You know, if you think of it like a slingshot, um, right? Think of like 2750, 25, 20, 15, right? And think of it like this, like they have to pull it back a bit to get it to 2750. And then 25 even further, 20 even further than that. 15 would be crazy. Like the amount of pressure to pull the price down to 15, because, you know, at each of these levels retail buy pressure increases, right? And so the force to continue pulling back is greater and greater. Angry Birds, yeah. Like Angry Birds. Even, you know, there's a lot of good, like, you know, when you like pull the bird all the way back in Angry Birds, it's like less accurate, you know, so volatility increases. You could think of it that way, I guess. What's going on there with my... Give me 1 second. This is driving me nuts. I'm still here. I'm just fixing something. Um, that's annoying. Fuck. This is just gonna be really difficult now. Upstart being big shorted. Upstart short, big, overcrowded. Oh, you mean just right now? Yeah, it's getting hit pretty hard. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Yeah, economic data didn't come in great. When you were buying cat calls, are you making 30 to 50% on them or more? Most of my calls right now are up like 180 to 100 and like 40, 150%. I feel like Upstart would have done a lot better if that one dingus didn't go on air and admit he had no idea what it did. Yet he was invested in it. He signaled the bubble way too hard. Yeah. Tell them, Girk, it's simple. Anyone asking when a good entry for GME might be, sub 20 must be living under a rock. There's a crash coming. GME will drop much lower than that. Just buy the dip sometime in the next 6 months. Why settle for 19 when you can buy for 12? I think you're maybe overstating the effect of a market crash on GME. Since GME's so illiquid, it has a lot of resilience to a drop, like a rapidly dropping market, right? Don't get me wrong, it can be got probably for very, very cheap in the event of a market crash. Absolutely much cheaper than it is now. But 12 might be a bit of a stretch. If it does hit 12, we'll all be buying it, right? I mean, if you're a long-term investor, you just DCA, right? You get whatever cheap prices you can get when you can get them. That way you maintain exposure. Can you make a Partridge in the Pear Tree remix of FTD settlement? First line, on the first day of settlement, my true love sent to me a rev call that's highly risky. Oh, Jesus. Why does rev go down every time someone sells a 35C, but never goes up when someone buys them? It does. It goes up when people buy them. I don't know how to manage that, Stinky. It sounds difficult. Utilizing my free super chat to fade the super chat peak from yesterday, is there a free or reasonably priced site to download historical options data Greeks as a spreadsheet or CSV? As always, for teaching us all, historical options data is extremely expensive. You can get day-to-day options data and start tracking like as of today via like CBOE's end of day data dumps. Are you expecting Jimmy to test 30 next week? No, but it could. The calls I bought, I kind of bought with an expectation of a test of like 28.50, 29. I'm gonna average them down, obviously, Monday. Um, I've only got my entire GME long position right now is the 10 calls you see right there. I'm just not very interested in playing the upside on GME right now, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. I'd much rather use it as an opportunity to manage my cover call position. Tesla looks like a big bag of trash today. Yeah. In the event of a market crash, what are the chances GME goes back on the cycles after? I feel like a market crash is a refresh for shorts. I mean, might get new shorts on GME if the market crashes. But as far as the cycles go, I mean, it looks like they're back in business, right? Like they're definitely shorting the shit out of our volatility right now. How risky is Fubo in the short term? Uh it's pretty low already. I mean, I wouldn't say it's risky. There's not a lot of risk left in it, right? There's $3 of risk per share. So I mean, yeah, it's pretty low. Think about buying into Fubo. I like it a lot. Uh Obviously do your research on it. It does have, there is a bear case. It's not the perfect stock, right? But I do think it has a lot of unrealized value, and I think more importantly, I think it has a lot of potential. What's this flashing thing do? Thanks, Ben. All right, thank you, sir. Kind of figured I'd have to start tracking tickers I was interested in. Have a great weekend. Back to lurking. No problem, man. Your boy Tootsie Roll is killing it today. Up 25 cents like a boss. Um, Dear God. I'm just not gonna get into it. We're never gonna have a gamma squeeze on Tootsie Roll, dork. Because no one's ever gonna buy it. Hope you're doing well and drinking enough water. I think I am. Thanks, Hello Lurker. 400 0 DTE, force 5, 4.5C calls bought, Delta 0.93, no price movement. For what? Is it a good idea to sell November 18th? CSP 4.5 on Rev to collect premium. Kind of far dated, risky. I wouldn't sell them beyond the hearing. So something to consider maybe. SPX ascending wedge. Yes. Although it did already fail one potential breakout. The recovery is really slow today. Even though I don't think the economic news is that bearish. I mean, like, it wasn't great, but it wasn't like end of the world, like rapidly accelerating inflation or anything. And wholesale inventories are a month delayed, and for the last month, retailers have been blowing out inventories really fast. So lots of sales. Oh, remember like 5 months ago when I told you guys to wait towards the end of the year for like big discounts on like bigger ticket items? That's coming, by the way. So if there's shit that you guys want to buy, TVs, espresso machines, cars, give it a little time, but we're close. I worry about the recovery on this because it is so slow. Depending on where it ends up, right? If it's here at like 3680, or if it's actually at like 3682. But right here, like this level, I mean, it doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look great.
Like kind of a weak lead up. There's still some strength to the downside. Obviously, liquidity is fucking terrible. So yeah, I'd be careful with it. I wouldn't play like a crazy breakout because we may not get one. What are your opinions on BBBY? I think they're a poorly run, failing company. And no, I wouldn't buy them at these prices anymore. I once did buy a lot of BBBY at this price, but that was a different time. It's not so bad. My grandpa owns the company, so you should be able to tell them you're my daddy, and I can't do the work either. I don't think that's gonna work, man. Is it crazy that Jan 35C has over 66,000 open interest? How much of them are from the pickle jar? It's a good question. I don't know. Not all of them. Definitely not all of them. There's some of them being bought in blocks of like 2,000 at a time, and that's just not us, right? There's also, selling of them to deflate IV. Oh God, no, don't get a Jura. Automatic espresso machines are the worst. They break all the time and they make terrible coffee. Houses? That's next year. But interest rates, don't finance it. Why would you finance a depreciating asset? That's crazy. Don't think like a poor. Heads up, Google Play is declining my coffee money I'm trying to send you. Weird. Did you try Ko-Fi? You don't have to send me anything, Mike. They're sending a tax refund on inflation in California started today. Ooh, cool. Yeah, cars have stayed stronger a little bit longer than everything else. They're still pretty pricey. No, that's just me putting paychecks into my savings account. Assume Rev gets delisted but avoids bankruptcy. How will the FTDs play out with the OTC market? They'll just clear everything. They'll make it disappear. That's why we never wanted GME to get delisted, right? Thinking of Breville or Flare 58. I've heard the Flare is kind of a pain in the ass. They're cool, but like you have to do a lot of prep. Like if you're only drinking like one coffee a day, like two shots, it's not bad. But If you're making a lot of it, I think it becomes a pain in the ass really, really fast. Houses aren't considered depreciating assets, though. No, I think most of yesterday's terrible news should have been priced in already, frankly. I think it was already priced in. I think AMD's massively underweight and worth significantly more than it's trading at. But my confidence in AMD is, based on not only years of being a shareholder, but uh, obscene amount of research into the company. It could fall lower. It could fall lower into quarter four, quarter one. I think there's a downside on AMD, which is going to be around like the $40 range. So I really don't want to buy it. More of it, like I just averaged up on some of my AMD, but I don't want to buy more of it above like 45. If I was a new investor to AMD, I wouldn't feel so bad about DCAing a bit at 60. It's a great company and I think extremely well run, but they may have some rough months ahead. As far as the near term, I still think it has potential to be dragged up with the market. What did Apple fall to today? 141. Uh Yeah, or you could roll them down. So sometimes if I have like a farther dated call and something like slips a resistance and drops, I'll roll down and in. So, if these are the expirations, I'll roll down and in. So I'll roll the strike closer to the money and nearer dated so I can maintain leverage, and then I'll wait for like a bump and cash out. Find a friend who's a gambling addict, stake them with their house as a collateral. Duh. Well, okay, yeah. I mean that can happen. Although when you say it, it feels like it's not real. Although most of my life feels like that most days. I feel so much FOMO right now. I kind of want to buy the dip on everything. Oh, that's how I felt like 2 weeks ago. I get it. Financing same as cash is fine with no interest. Just want to mention again, someone has 4 million on a weekly sold straddle on Upstart at 27 from yesterday. Still no volume on that strike. Puts today. Interesting.
How am I supposed to afford the 80K Mercedes I've been eyeballing? I only have 30K cash. Get a $15,000 Toyota? They both get you to the place you need to be, usually in about the same amount of time. I can't think of anything worse than getting a car loan as interest rates are rising so you can buy an overpriced depreciating asset. Financing a house is fine. It's not a depreciating asset. It's an appreciating asset, right? It grows. How low do you think AMD can go in the next couple quarters? I think it could fall by like middle of next year. I could see it trading around the $40 mark. I know it's a crazy low valuation, but margins are going to continue to narrow, and their expectations were a bit reliant on the continuation of crypto mining. You're welcome, Lit Spaceman. Do my 375 spy calls stand a chance? How long do you have on them? I don't know where Tesla's going to top out on the same timeline. Tesla's getting hammered with terrible news lately. So, it's not going to necessarily run concurrently. We already saw it, slipping as, SPX ran up. I mean, today's pullback obviously pulls back those expectations. So I'd be looking more to like 3,800 to 3,850 rather than 3,850 to 3,900. Although we are seeing a decent amount of call interest pick up. Is your position on GME strictly a long-term investment and not because of MOASS? Yeah. I'm a personal finance guru. My account is only down 5% today, and my CCs are same like MOASS. Congratulations, Potato Tom. That's why I bought a van. It was like 15K cheaper than an SUV. Had more room for my kids and all their junk. I did get black leather seats and 19-inch rims, though. Wasteful. Also, why would you get black leather seats and... Never mind. Resistance on SPY at 366.30. Hold on. I have to go look at my SPY chart. Yeah, 366.35 is where I have resistance on it. Pretty good one. Houses are appreciating assets. Tell that to the people who bought the peak a few months from now. Well, I mean, if they bought before the interest rates went up, it's not as bad, right? 367, 0 DTEs. Hang on to them? I feel like you've already had a couple opportunities to get out of them if you've been buying them on the dips. Are we gonna cross above VWAP today? That's tough. I don't know. I wouldn't want to hold them through the midday when it's choppy. Would you pick up AMD Leaps once it falls down into the 40-50 range? Yeah, probably. Probably quite a few of them. Maybe not for 2024 though. Hmm. Visa's starting to recover back into the 185 range. Back at 350, huh? Ooh. Dillard's is moving up. Hmm. Interesting. Would a pimento be harder to estimate if the market wasn't propped up on options hedges? Yes. Yeah, more liquid market. That wouldn't be a valid kind of analysis. Are Gen 24 127.50s still the best IV play for GME? If not, what contract would be? Either way, do you expect GME IV to go much lower than this if one wanted to enter or average down such a position? GME of IV is pretty low, but it could go lower. Probably in the next either before October OPEX, we'll see a lower IV, or November OPEX, depending on how ETF FTDs go next week. The 127.50s aren't terrible, but you could get ones that are more delta exposed, like
uh 80s or 60s, since contracts are so much cheaper now than they used to be. The lease on my Beamer ends in 3 months. Should I just lease another one? Thank you, by the way, original piano prodigy. Uh, should I just lease another one so people don't think I'm poor? I also have an Evo X, an old Lexus SC300, and Harley that are all paid off. I need life advice, Dad. Thanks, Dad. Um, do you care if people think you're poor? I'd rather people think I'm poor than know I have money. I understand, Jay Fresh, but black leather? Why not tan? I mean, it's a van, right? I feel like black leather is too sporty and hot. Any good pour recommendations for New York? Going there for an anniversary. Uh, what do you mean, like dinner or something? FTX getting hammered on guidance. Didn't they just get hammered on lowered guidance? There we go. Consolidation broke down. This could be a fun spot. Hmm. Set a limit buy. Curious. Long weekend, SPY, SPX straddle, same like free money. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely straddling the market again tonight. Visa's underperformed hard during the 2-day rally. Do you think it will eventually play catch up? I don't think it's underperformed that terribly. Uh, it just fell off kind of hard though. I think it's doing okay. It's kind of at the lower end of this. Yeah, provided the market, I mean, continues to remain stable or move up, I think Visa's fine as long as you're getting enough theta. Just, I mean, don't try to play it near term because it doesn't move that quickly. Oh, shit. So cat rejected at 178, 177. Starting to gap. How's Upstart affected by rising rates? It should actually be a positive for them going into next year. You know, since they're lender adjacent, and you know they get paid in points off of loans that they help facilitate, right? So, you know, more available points on the loan, they're making more money. It's good for them. They're also a direct lender as well. No, Pimento's not done. We're still well above the range. Pick up some 36.65s right there. Let's see how hard this bounces. Yeah, I mean, might not be a great time to spend a lot of money. Decent entry point here for Jamie calls to play the FTD period. It's not terrible. I'm watching the stream while wearing business attire. Does this make me a professional trader? Only if you're making money. Do you have an opinion on 10 cents weekly chart? I mean, I'm kind of trying to stay away from. Uh, TC. I mean, it's very cheap. I could go lower. I know China's trying to move forward with some kind of QE, but they keep saying they're going to and then pulling it back. I frankly don't know if they can afford to do QE right now. So I think some of it's kind of a lie to artificially inflate values for brief periods of it at a time. Um, I'd be really cautious with the amount of money that I invested into anything with a lot of Chinese exposure right now. Even like Baba, which isn't like it's privately owned, not state owned. I'm really not a huge fan of. Can I find guidance at Total Wine? They'll probably start doing great. Are they publicly traded? Yeah, the pimento is still completely valid. Nothing on the pimento changes. Uh Simply the amount of pressure on the short positions, right? So, you know, yesterday, obviously, like, and the day before, we were seeing, you know, rising pressure on closing out those short positions. And now we've kind of fallen into a range where the greatest pressure, you know, if you think of it like this, like, you know, pressure here is from price, here is from theta. So, you know, theta is obviously applying way more pressure to their positions right now than price is. The pimento is not like a breakout indicator. It's just me trying to visually represent the effect of increased prices and or theta decay on the large SPX short positions. How's options flow looking for the indices? A bit of both. Mixed. I don't really like paying attention to the intraday flow, but I mean, I guess you can track it. It doesn't tell you a lot. Yeah, flow's pretty mixed. 1.2 billion in puts, 744.8 million in calls. Some farther dated puts kind of at the mid. Oh, that's a straddle. So big straddle at 3,700 today. That seems to be the biggest position that's come in today. Lots of straddles, not a lot of bearish puts. Some extremely bullish calls for December. 4,200, Jesus. Are those have to be sold, right? Are they though? It dropped. This might be someone bailed on a position. So some of those further out of the money calls seem to be people seem to be bailing on them, but people are buying like 3680s, 3685s. Nothing super bearish. I would say the most bearish one is like Jan 2023 3500s. Came in. Yeah, those look like they hit the ask. Those aren't doing so hot right now, but yeah, I would say pretty mixed. Not a lot going on. A lot of puts closed today. Today's a decent sized expiration. I'm trying to max my value here. Is Docu in a leap range? Uh, it could be, but like everything else, you know, very tech exposed, which Docu is. Software, especially like software, social media, that side of tech. I think, I mean, they're gonna see much worse earnings result or significantly worse earnings results going into like the beginning of next year. So I wouldn't be opposed to like DCAing into some docu, but I'd either sell it sooner or plan to hold it much longer and buy more further down on the dip. And Oxy by January, I have no idea. It'll just depend on oil pricing. Thanks, Big Fat Tag. What's up, Girk? Been a minute. Hey, Jeff the Pickle. What do you think of our sweet economy lately? It's still a big pile of shit. The few times I've tried an overnight straddle on SPY is not very good to do overnight straddles on. Remember, options make money based off the notional like value change. So SPX is much better than SPY. It's not, well, I mean, theoretically it should be the same with equivalent leverage. But yeah, you might not have gotten bigger overnight moves. There have been some really big overnight moves, some smaller ones. When's the FTD period? We're already in it. Alright, I'll add it to the thing. Hmm. I like this for buying on 0 DTs. What do you think about Upstart Jan 40C? That doesn't seem terrible. I mean, if it moves up significantly, they'll print, right? You have enough time on them. They may not go in the money. Fair value Baba, in your opinion? I mean, it's significantly higher than it currently trades at, but that fair value and Baba's price have been massively detached for a very, very long time. New York City mayor declares state of emergency over influx of migrants. Okay. I don't know if they'll bring back mask mandates or not. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. Is it significant that Delta Neutral is currently higher than the current stock price of Rev? Rev's Delta values are extremely skewed by the positioning on its options chain. The great thing about the pimento is that time is on the long side. Yeah. Do we see Jimmy sub 20 in the near future? After ETF FTDs, depending on how much liquidity they can get, they could start another, round of short attacks on GME. If they do, like, the after August period, like after August 16th, if we see another round of that, then yeah. Yeah, we could see not necessarily sub 20, but closer to 20. I'd probably wait to avoid weekend theta. Although, it could open Monday above 370. Why does Target hate me? I don't know. Have you been selling covered calls on it yet? What do you think of Jimmy 1118 $35 calls? Thinking of putting my life savings into it. 3K. Jesus. You should never invest more than you can afford to lose in anything. Um, Definitely not calls, right? That's really risky. And also, those options expire before the November OPEX period. So it's even riskier. I mean, with those options, you're betting on it running sometime between now and like October 24th, 25th. That's, yeah, I don't think I would. I'd buy some for like a couple days, or I'm going to buy some for a couple days going into October OPEX, but I'm not going to buy them now, and I'm not going to keep them for more than like a couple days. Any reason Dollar Tree would have an incoming death cross into a recession? You know, death crosses can reverse. They can. I mean, it's a signal, but it's not like a guaranteed one. It doesn't have as high a success rate as you would think. Revlon borrow rate up 5%. Ooh, nice. DN rising on Rev. Who cares? Like, paying attention to Greek neutrals on Rev is not going to get you very far in predicting its price action. Unless they just start spiking because they're shedding puts. Because they would normalize in that event. You said CPI PMI numbers next week are big. Any general thoughts on it? Shouldn't things be cooling off a bit with oil being kept low? I mean, oil's not part of core CPI. The issue last time was core CPI was up like 0.6, right? Which is a really rapid, or well, core CPI last time was up. Let me make sure I'm right. No, it was up. Was it up 0.3? 0.4. Sorry. Core CPI was up 0.4 last time. Which showed a rapid rate of growth over the previous in June. So from June and July it stayed at 5.9, and then in August it went up to 6.3. So it was the acceleration in the growth of core inflation that caused the scare, right? That, and then the Fed, hiking interest rates. So if we see 0.4 or 0.5, that's going to be really, really bearish for the market. If we see 0.3, 0.2, that'll be bullish because it'll show that the Fed can maybe pull back a little bit, even though the Fed's not going to count just the one data point, and core PPI is still up, or core PMI. But if we see accelerated growth in either of those, it'll be extremely bearish. Great tip from someone in Discord last night for 0 DTEs on Fidelity. You set good to close 0.01 order during the previous trading day, then replace it the next day. Yeah, I thought Fidelity got rid of your ability to do that. That used to be how you did it. But I don't know if they still allow that anymore. High price target for GME ETF FTD period. I'd be surprised if we cross 30. Are you bullish on Target? I mean, I had some calls on it for a couple days. It did okay. We're gonna break down back down to 36.60. It looks like. Yeah, it was a bearish wedge. What's up, McLong Johnson? As a med student, those are my life savings. I'd be a little bit more protective of them. There's a lot safer ways to make money. There aren't any safe ways to 10x your money, but there's safer ways to 10x your money over a very long period of time. That doesn't really make sense. There's no safe way to immediately 10x your money. Is the days to cover ratio relevant in your opinion? Jimmy's ratio highest I've seen since it started tracking it. Since I've started tracking it the last couple of months at almost 16 days. No. Also, Ortex data is hot garbage. What's your price target on ACIW? You know what? I'm going to give it to you right now. $20.50. After that, 2014. Should I buy my puts now or should I wait a bit? What do you think? Oh, it doesn't have fucking options? Think of buying Rev 1 puts for Jan 23. They're like 20 cents. 1,000 US dollars covers any delisting initial calls that I bought. What's your view? Good hedge, buy today or Monday? Up to you, man. It's a decent hedge. I don't bring it up a lot because I think it doesn't mean anything. Still see 3,900 short term on SPX. I mean, next couple weeks, yeah. Define short term. Today, no. But in the next couple weeks, provided economic data isn't super bearish, we could see like high 3,800 range, maybe 39. Today's bad data was not good for that. Thoughts on Apple 150C for November? It's not a terrible range. I mean, there's plenty of call interest. Why are your positions red? The market dropped 200 basis points today, and I'm not day trading them. They're all swing trades. Most of them are for a few weeks out or years. When do you see Ivy rising on GME? Trying to figure out an entry to sell CCs. My best chance for a bump in Ivy is probably next week. No problem, I'm a turtle. Do you think BTU would continue to consolidate in this range and maybe break on earnings? Any chance of another dip, or has the energy bull rally started? I don't know if we'll see it back below 20 again. I think things only get better for BTU from this point forward. Wouldn't build core position at the bottom of the market. Next year, dork. Hello all, new to this channel. AMC broke below its lowest level, lowest previous low of 670. Do you agree it might drop to 525 based on the fib level? Sure. Yeah. I also think it'll drop to 0 if you give it enough time. I'm so underwater on GME that I can't afford to add to my heavy bags right now. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Too many energy stocks that I want to buy right now. What? I mean, potash, or fertilizer. I want some natural gas exposure for the winter, and then just coal. All of the fucking energy, like most of the energy in the world, is still coal. So that's why I bought BTU, right, and not like all the other ones. And with natural gas getting cut off, they may have to like convert old power plants back to coal, right? Coal's the best. Just burning it, making things hot. It's a rock, right? You just pull the shit out of the ground. It's great. Are you searching downs in price on SPY in the last hour of trading today, going into the weekend? Maybe, yeah. They could try to avoid holding over the weekend. I can see that happening. I'm trying to wrap my head around upcoming events. CPI next week is the most important number, correct? PPI too. If we come in below estimates, Fed most likely do 0.5, not 0.75, and market will rally. I think the current Fed target range is like 1 to 125. So, the Fed could lower guidance for the target range to like 0.751. I can't remember if it's 0.75 to 125 or 1 to 125. But right now they're pretty locked into that 0.75 increase as far as I'm aware. But a better CPI print. If last month's CPI print is the anomaly, right? So, we had 5.9, 5.9, 6.3, but say we get 5.9 again, right? Which I don't think is likely. But say we did, then the Fed could be like, okay, we're not going to move into an aggressive rate maybe until like middle of next year. So they might push out their target range and lower the near-term rate increase, which would be really, really good for the markets, right? Like they're starting to see, a trend in a constant decline of core CPI. But if this hits like 6.4, that's still up, or 6.5. 6.5 would be really bearish. If it's trending down, that might just be bullish anyway, because market participants will get excited about it. That's over the next two meetings. Yeah, I know. There are very few power plants that can do multi-fuel. Converting gas to coal will be absurdly expensive. I mean, is it as expensive as finding, mining, and transporting gas? I think it's more the time frame, right, that could force it than anything. I mean, it doesn't matter. 44% or something of the world's power is coal still, right? So, coal still has a place. But there could be more demand for coal. They're going to put more pressure on coal power plants, right? Because, the natural gas power plants obviously aren't going to be able to keep up with especially in Europe, right? So that means more of the load is going to fall onto the coal plants. And conversion is a faster solution. End of day today. Okay, so here's how I'd weigh it. Most positions right now are getting ready for CPI and PPI, right? Which are early next week. There's not a lot of data on Monday, as far as I'm aware, for them to be afraid of. Monday has, just Fed speeches. PPI Wednesday, CPI Thursday, so middle to end of next week. Sorry. The first part of next week just doesn't have a lot going on, and will probably just stagnate more than anything else. We'll have stagnation with some put capitulation because of theta decay, and we have an expiration, bigger expiration today. But I think 3625 to 3700 probably for the next couple days. Restarts have shut down coal power plants. Yeah. Thorium salt, really long time frame to get those up and running. That's on AMC $3 put for 2025. Only $1.25. I mean, probably not worth it. Hire a stripper for the end of the day. That's silly. Why would I do that? Go hire your own stripper. I see the US moving away from coal, oil, nat gas in a big way over the long term. I wonder sometimes if this isn't part of why things have been so crazy economically, socially, politically. How long of a term? I mean, you're talking a really long window, like 50 years. I mean, we are moving away from it. Green energy is getting more efficient, which incentivizes corporations to like kind of move towards it. But I think we're still a really long way off from fully giving up fossil fuels. Like a very long way off. Do you think it's a good idea to hold the October 21 cat call 175 over the weekend? I mean, you could. Obviously, there's a little risk to holding it over the weekend, and you'll have theta decay too. I'm bullish on a strong end of the year. Have Jan TQQQ position options 25-30s mostly. When you have longer dated options like this, do you tend to trade in and out or just hold through red days like today? I usually hold through like red days, especially if I have enough time. Sometimes I'll use the opportunity to average down. I mean, if we haven't fallen to like a level where I think my thesis is, no longer valid, then I'll usually just use dips to average down so I can get more leverage cheaper and bring my cost basis down. Yeah, there's been a lot of setbacks in the development of thorium reactors. I know China just completed or is completing one, right? How do you see CPI for next week? I want to be a little. I kind of want to be a little bearish on it, like 0.1 or 0.2 up. So I think maybe we see a little bit of a slowdown, um, given how much it moved on the last report. I thought core inflation was going to start moving up on the last report, and it did, but I didn't expect it to move up nearly as much as it was. So, I've got to take that into account. So maybe I was assuming a slower rate of climb in core inflation. I mean, obviously, I was assuming a slower rate in climbing core inflation. So, I kind of want to have that same outlook for like 0.1, 0.2 up, but maybe that's just my own like bias. Uh I'll say we'll either see probably either see 0.1 or 2, or we'll see like 4 or 5. So either, it's accelerating or it was just, one slightly skewed data point. Do you have a share position in BTU or just calls? I have 10,000 shares and leaps. 2023 and 2024. 25 and 30. 23 at 25, 24 at 30. All of which are up, and all of which I want to sell and use to YOLO into more SPX positions, but I'm not going to do that this time. Would you DCA SPY 376? 376C for next Friday? No. I think that's a risky position to have right now. For next Friday? Yeah, it's too short dated for that far to the upside. With next week's data so close to the October 21 expiration, I really don't see a meaningful amount of puts staying open. Calls are going to accelerate into CPI, then ups regardless of what CPI is. That's fair, but remember that next Friday is only the 14th, and many of the calls or the puts that have been left open on SPX are very deep in the money, or just slightly out of the money. And those may not capitulate, right? Remember, SPX is cash settled, so they can hold those all the way into expiration. Especially like the 3800 puts and the 3850s that are still open, which are a lot of the pressure to the downside, right? Because those were like huge amounts of negative gamma as we were falling at like 3850 and 3500, or 3800 rather. And yeah, we slid below those, and now those act kind of like a blanket to our price action as we try to rise. Did you ever get a chance to look into MMTLP? Yeah, I think it's a big pile of shit. I think my thoughts on metamaterials have been very, very clear. If you own it already and you make some money off of it, finally, congratulations. Not if Joey B decides to release another few million barrels of oil over the weekend. I mean, they might have to, right? Because OPEC trimmed expectations. Wasn't there a way to calculate inflation before the report and be ahead of the market? No, you can only really estimate it. I mean, I guess if that was all you were trying to do. SPY dropping much lower than current price? No, it's pretty stable in this range. Like, there's not too much put interest below us. And there's a decent amount of call interest above us. I'd say we're in a really good range to stagnate and just not do anything. Well, Rev hasn't made me any more money in the last few weeks, so unless Rev makes me more money, then I don't have more money to put into Rev. Like, all of my Rev position is paid for with gains from Revlon. I'm not taking my real money and putting it on Revlon because it's bankrupt and possibly going to be delisted, right? So it's just house money. Listen, you were fucking here, Ben, all right? You could have made 400% on the Jan 35s like 4 times also. Well, 400% once, and then 300 and 200 and 150% a couple more times. But if it makes me more money again, then I'll buy more of it. Yeah, I mean, I have all the exposure I'm going to buy. Regarding coal, cost per watt is currently higher than wind without storage. If we're looking at 2 to 3 year time frame, I can't see it as a viable investment compared to wind with the storage. You're forgetting that, you know, wind turbine generation doesn't produce as much power, right? So you need far more turbines to create the same amount of power. And then also, due to supply chain issues, is not as easy to scale out. Thoughts on adding Fubo calls? I'm kind of okay on them right now, but I may pick up some more $5 like 2024s. I like them a lot. I was born in the pain. Yeah, I mean, I'm long uranium. What do you prefer on nat gas? I was playing Antera Resources, although probably not a great stock to play for natural gas. I don't know yet. I still haven't really, probably just like an ETF. VIX $30 puts. I'm still in them. They're for, I mean, the ones I have are stagnation's good for VIX puts, by the way. Right? Price stagnates, volatility lowers. So if we don't get any more crazy moves for the next couple days, the VIX should slowly drop a bit. Cat carrying my port on its shoulders. Cat is a beautiful, beautiful stock. I do kind of want to sell off a fairly fat chunk of my 165 soon, though, because I bought more than I wanted. They're up, and carrying the risk right now is, especially a PPI coming up, not maybe something I don't want to do. Well, every time Rev goes up, it could go to the moon. That's the cool part about Revlon. A little bit better recovery this time around on the SPY. I think Caterpillar is one of my favorite stocks. If not my favorite stock, it just makes so much money. Tesla dead? Yeah, Tesla dead. It's having a rough day. Most of QQQ is having a really, really bad day, though, right? Like Nvidia down 6%, AMD down 10%, Tesla down 6%, Nasdaq or Netflix down 4, Microsoft down 4. Netflix down 3.5, Microsoft down 4. Yeah, Nasdaq's down almost 300 BPS, or Nasdaq 100's down 300 BPS. too bad. So close. We're so close to people buying back into tech hard yesterday morning. Yeah, Google's holding its own. I'm still pretty happy with where I bought that. Long-term puts on the VIX, free money at this point. I mean, it's not free money, but it's some money. They're not performing amazing or anything. What's your cost basis on Google? It's like 95-ish right now. 95 and change. I still don't have a lot of it. I only have like 1,500 shares. I want more, but I think there's another opportunity for me to DCA over like the next 2 quarters where I could lower that cost basis. So I'm kind of holding off putting more money into it. Should I average down AMD or Upstart? Depends on how much theta you have. How do you feel about selling $3 CSP for Jan 23 on Fubo? Looking to make a long-term safe bet and wouldn't mind picking up a few thousand shares. I mean, what's the rate of return on them? What the hell just happened? Jan 23, $3 CSP. So 15% return for 105 days. It's not terrible. You could probably do better with something like with higher IV. Maybe not, actually. $1.52 divided by 1250. 12% return. It's actually not bad. 15% is pretty good. Yeah, but he doesn't want to deal with the risk, right? He was pretty clear on that. 14 DTE puts on Fubo or what? October 21st. $4 ones? Well, at 4 you risk assignment. Although I will say 14 DT 350s are a better return. For significant, well, better return for the amount of time. Because those are almost like a 6% return for 14 days versus a 15% return for over 100. Why aren't you selling Google? I've been buying it. I'm selling cover calls on it. Yeah, no problem, man. I have no idea. I don't use TOS. Yeah, Upstart's starting to look okay. A little bit of pressure. GME is not looking as good right now. Well, we'll see. Cat, another rejection off 178. 170, so 178 is a really strong resistance. Usually when we break 178 on cat, it breaks 180. It didn't this time, which kind of sucked, but generally speaking, moves to the upside of 178 continue. Thoughts on selling Gen 23 35 CSP? Immediate 88% return. On what stock? For Revlon or GME? Can't be Revlon, right? I don't think Revlon has that strike. Based on what you said earlier, 1021 puts are hypothetically all heals through cash settlement? Heals? Yeah, I mean, it's the large amount of put closure that occurs on OPEX, which is 1021, is a lot of what leads to the price action that we make money off of, or try to make money off of occasionally. Straddle at close, same theta, or is one leg longer? Still buying longer legs, probably. I did yesterday. I bought even ones. Tonight, because it's over the weekend, I'll probably, if we stay in the same range, I will buy out the money puts and 1021 calls. But both will be out at the money. How do you feel about the 2024 $10 call for Fubo? I have like 50 of them. They're fine. I'm not holding them for anything besides like near term spikes in price. So I have on Fubo, I have $5 calls for 23 and 24. Well, here, I'll just do it. I have 5, 10, 5, 10, and 50. These and these are all just like volatility plays. Like if we get a big run, like another one like we got on the 8th, and we see like significant price improvement, I'll close all of these. These I'm gonna keep in case we do, move up in price over the next couple years to like, 8, 13, 21, in these price ranges. I'm gonna exercise those to increase my shareholding, but all the rest is just, exposure to near-term price movement or price improvement. Is now a good time to enter Fubo calls? me see how much they cost. They're not terrible right now. These are still a little expensive, but the 24s, like the 24s aren't bad. Even the 25s, there's just not a lot of interest on them. But the 25s are actually almost a better deal now than the 24s. You get a whole nother year for like a few cents. I mean, if I'm buying $5 calls that far out, I'm buying them to exercise them, right? I'm not buying them to profit off like volatility. So I don't care if someone wants to buy them from me. And if I were going to sell them, it'd be because they were way up, right? Twitter's got a buyout price. I don't think it's going to be that bearish or bullish ever again. Right, it'll just stay in a range near its buyout price. One second, guys.
Is now a good time to enter FUBO calls? Okay, I talked about that. I can't see it having a negative 3% day. I could. That doesn't seem even that unreasonable. Looks like Elon's dumping some stock today to pay for Twitter. Did he say that? Or do you just think he is? I mean, QQQ's down pretty hard. I don't think it's all Elon. Tesla dead, bruh? Yeah. Yeah, Victor. I've been telling you that for months. I thought the results released today weren't too bad. They're not. No, unemployment's bad. What do you think about AMD 1028 60 CSPs for 340? I feel like they're undervalued at this price and could generate revenues from cover calls. If I get assigned, or should I wait for a lower entry? 1028 340 for $60 CSPs. I mean, you're selling them into a downtrend in the market. So either it's gonna work out really well for you or it's super risky. I don't know how much more value AMD is gonna lose today. But it could move down to like that 3850 resistance, in which case you'd be assigned at a higher price. You'd probably also get an opportunity to get out of them at some point, but there is some risk there, especially given the amount of time that you have on those CSPs, right? Like you don't want to like too much time on sold calls right now because sold calls or puts because the market's so volatile, especially if you don't want assignment. Also, I'm pretty sure the return on those isn't that great. What the fuck? I'm gonna move. This place is way too busy. What do you think about SPX 3670 knife catch? We're at 3650 now. I don't like it. Atlanta Fed GDP 2.9 versus previous 2.7. Okay. What's on SPX selling off? Let me see if we've gotten any additional puts to the downside here. So we're always gonna fall to 3650. That change. Yeah, pretty weak to 36.35, but negatively adjusted. So yeah, this is like the edge of the cliff. The benefit here, there's a lot of positive delta at 36.55. So if we can move back up over 36.55, that's very good. If it slips, though, it's going to fall probably to 36.20. Wonder if I should buy some puts here while it's up, in case it fails 36.55. It's kind of risky, though. Jimmy not feeling too good. You mean getting the shit shorted out of it? The original estimate for a return to the bear market was October 10th. Do you think that's been sped up and is happening now? No. I also think that the run isn't, like, the upside isn't done yet. It'll be heavily dependent on the CPI and PPI data at this point. I did not expect unemployment to fucking drop that much. It was a big drop in unemployment, but it's just probably more stagnation, honestly. More of this high volatility chop. Liquidity crisis? I mean, it's not a crisis. The liquidity's there, it's just no one's putting it into the market. Do you know if November 18 Revlon puts are enough time? Or better to go with Jan for the hedge? I mean, it's probably better to have them for Jan for the hedge. Do they have $1 puts for November 18? They're not as IV sensitive. Remember that. So that Vega sensitivity is lower. So the cool thing about the Jans is if, like, Revlon goes up to 15, the Jan $1 puts will also go up in price. And then if Revlon goes to 0, you know, the Jan $1 puts will also go up in price. Are you a buyer of AMC and Ape at these prices? No, but there's probably a play there when they deleverage the arbitrage.
So they've been shorting the arbitrage play, but Ape doesn't have options, so it's not very attractive. The Rev delisting hearing's on the 13th. How's your apartment now that the cleaning crew is taking care of it? Pretty good, yeah. No smell. They put some like weird stuff over my like air vents that they said I had to leave on there for like a week. They're like these like blocks. So they took the covers off, and they're like these like blocks, and they dropped them down into the air vents. I don't know what the hell they're for, like some kind of filter. Oh, somebody down the hallway from me like put food in their oven and left their apartment and it like caught on fire. So there was like a lot of smoke and I had to like leave the building. Um but fortunately they were way down the hall from me, so it wasn't too bad. And the fire department got there pretty quickly. Is Tesla not interesting to you at these levels? Tesla's current situation is very unappealing to me. And a breeding ground for losing money. Because I can get large amounts of exposure for very little money. Kyle D. That's why options are attractive. Carbon filter, I told you about months ago. Oh, okay. We just rallied up massively over the last like week. So, if we get a pullback and we can still hold a higher range, then we look good for a continuation. This is slipping, by the way. Remember 3620 on the downside of this. This is starting to get pretty bearish. 3620 is kind of the end, but there's like 30 sorry, 3640, 3635, 3630, 3625, and then 3620. Gamma is kind of highest here and then slows down. Shockingly, 3600 is fairly even, like long short. So this can slide, but this isn't going to accelerate it, right? Because the interest is so low. But we might get pulled down to the bigger interest at like 3640 initially. And then we'll see if more interest builds up at lower strikes. Remember, puts are still really expensive, so they're very slow to pick up OI. Do you think next week we could recover, or is the bear rally done? It's not really the way bear rallies work. They go out for a very long period of time. It's not just like a one-day rally and then it's over and then the market continues down, right? You're talking about multi-billion-dollar positions repositioning over like a three-week to 2-month period, right? Like you guys are expecting way too much, way too fast. There's a reason a lot of my positioning is for like November and stuff, and because it takes a very long time for all these positions to reposition. So if we're going to see a rally, we've started to see the beginning of one. If that's going to continue, it's going to pick up momentum as we move towards the next big OPEX, the next big options expiration. Otherwise, the pimento would end today. What are your plans this weekend? I don't know yet. What are you... But SPX call for this rally is for December 15th, 69 DTE. Yeah, that's a good amount of time. I mean, most of my short-term stuff I already captured gains on over the last couple days. When you get a rally in the market, it's very common for it to see a pullback or even retest its low before continuing higher, right? Like these don't just like rally, even bear rallies don't generally just go straight the fuck up. And we moved up really, really fast, right? What's important here to pay attention to is like the macro trend, which is that puts are weakening. And calls are picking up. Right? I don't know if I'll sell. I don't really have any reason to. Chop here before more up. I could see that, especially with CPI next week. We have like no economic data on Monday. And I think Tuesday is pretty slim too, right? Yeah, Tuesday's really slim also. Then Wednesday morning PPI, right? Which is a great opportunity for a straddle or a strangle even. Coincidence XRT reg share covering a same day as CPI data. Is this so they can cover into market wide sell pressure? Or just a coincidence. Yeah, market wide sell pressure would allow them to cover without spiking volatility. But I mean, they only have to cover one day of FTDs on Tuesday. They don't have to like. I don't know why people think that on the 13th day of reg share they have to cover everything. They don't. They just have to cover day 1. Then on day 14, they cover day 2, day 15, day 3, day, you know, day 16, day 4, and so on. Is Jimmy in the demand zone? I mean, it's not that expensive right now. 25 is not a terrible price on GME. I wouldn't buy it during this part of the cycle at 25. But if it got through this latter part of the cycle at 25, it's a more attractive buy. I think I should close these. Come on, just one down tick. Eh. Bill? Approaching OPEX. Thanks for teaching about hedging. Not a problem, man. As someone who really only likes to play long and short positions, I hate periods of the market where I have to play more delta neutral positioning. But right now is definitely way too volatile to do anything else. So spreads and straddles and strangles and condors, those are all pretty decent right now. It reduces your potential returns, but thankfully we got that nice big bump and we all got to make a lot of money on things like CAT and SPX. Do you think Perelman has something up his sleeve, being that he's likely got a lot to lose if Rev gets delisted? Maybe. Only time will tell. There's no point in speculating on it because we don't know what he can do or what he would do. Yeah, I think it's calendar days. So I'm confused about FTD and ETF mechanics. So covering will continue after the 14th on XRT, yes. Are we not speculating on Perelman now? I mean, we don't know what he's gonna do, and there's 2 days, right? He could buy the float. He could do a lot of things. That doesn't mean he will, right? We don't know. We don't know what is gonna happen. We can talk it to death, but we don't know, right? Are we just gonna spend the rest of the day sitting around making, assumptions? Let's only talk about Rev. Perelman will emerge as the Prince of Darkness and show the next Hellboy movie. That'd be cool. Yeah, I don't think that's a factor. Lawrence of Arabia. When Rev delisting hearing on the 13th? How do people not know this already? I've said it fucking 4,000 times now. If Perelman dumped his bags, half the people in here would still hold. That's bad, right? Looking at the options chain for the next few weeks, do you think GME has a chance to get to 30 or more? It could. It may not. I'd be surprised if it broke 30. They're not currently having any of that. And we just dipped below. We're now below gamma neutral, which is really bad. Jimmy doesn't fall below gamma neutral very often, but this short push just below it. I'm betting he won't do anything unless things happen. People start to have RC syndrome. I really hope not. It's hard to tell because like you think the Perelman stuff is like just a joke, but then the question is like how many people really believe he's gonna like save them or make them rich, right? Because there is some part of that contingent isn't a joke, and that's frightening. It's a private. I know it's like a closed door hearing. The results of it could be immediately known, though. Let's say the market continues to slide. Is it a good idea to buy $27, $30 calls on GME when GME is at 22 or lower for December or Jan if November does not play out? Like now? I don't know. That's up to you if you really want that much exposure to GameStop. It doesn't stay below GM that long, too, right? I think it's stayed below. It's when it's fallen below gamma neutral. Sometimes, you know, it's fallen below for quite some time. I think like back in April, it fell below gamma neutral and stayed below gamma neutral until OPEX. So it was several days from the point at which it fell below. Like it fell below on April 26th and then didn't go move back above gamma neutral until the May OPEX. Same thing in like from December into January. We'll see though, because we haven't closed below gamma neutral, right? That's an important factor. Thanks, not a centaur. I can't wait until Rev squeezes to 80 and there's still people bag holding it after it goes back to 5. Yeah, that's another thing that'll inevitably happen. I think what gives people hope is that he's way more invested in the success of the company than any of us. He's also richer than any of us. We thought Ryan Cohen's rug pull was unlikely too, though, right? Don't make assumptions about billionaires. For all you know, he lets it get delisted and sells his shares to the fucking shorts for like $10 a share, cuts half his losses and walks away. Right? There's ways it can go bad. If that happens, you should just ban all the bag holders. Ow. That's mean. I assume they'll always look out for themselves. That's how they became billionaires. Yeah. Yeah, it's a household name, but household names have died in the past. Look at Sears or J.C. Penney, right? Like it's that's not, that doesn't protect it. He can write it off on his taxes. Yeah. Any idea why AMD is such a short target? Well, it's volatile, so you get volatility shorts, but then you also get people who are just short the macro, like the chip sector, because of Taiwan and not enough manufacturing stateside. You get people that are short AMC because they're long Intel. Yeah, it's always just attracted a lot of short interest. It grew really, really fast over the last few years, so there's people that think it's overvalued or will not be able to forever sustain its increasing margins, which it can't, right? So it just took a big hit. AMD is 60, lowered expectations. The resistance to the downside is at 58.50 or 58.25, 58.25. But this is like all shit I've said about Revlon this whole time. This is nothing, none of this is new information about Revlon. I just see people like working themselves up and making themselves more bullish, and that's silly. Like, don't do that. Boards, Kmart, Radio Shack, yeah, there's plenty of them. Cheap makeup could be popular during a recession, but Revlon's a terrible company. That's why they're bankrupt. Like, if you want to invest in cheap makeup for a long hold during the recession, do you really think Revlon's the right thing to buy? Like, yes, this bankrupt company that can't meet the demand of their distributors, that's the one I want to buy. Speak for yourself. I'm still bullish on Rev, but you guys are getting bullish on it for all the wrong fucking copium and hopium reasons. And I'm trying to kill that because that's how people do stupid shit. I always recognize it as a greasy pig with lipstick kind of play. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's too many. I know most of you understand the play better than I think, right? But like, I see too many people are like, but it's a great investment for this, and like, I could continue to hold after it gets delisted and shit like that, right? Like, that's
that's where I got to draw a line and be like, hey, listen, you know, it's a good play. It's got potential, but it also has a shitload of risk. And when I see people starting to ignore that risk, that's, you know, I've got to say something, because if I don't, you know, people are going to get burned. People are going to get burned anyway, right? We've already seen that happen too many times. We've seen stocks go up like 40% and people are like, "Well, I lost everything." And they were long. They were long at the beginning, right? Is there a chance that Rev IB collapses and both the Jan 35s and $1 Ps get crushed? Yeah, absolutely. Girk BBBY, it went up 6x and people still lost money. A lot of money. I mean, it's no different than like when GME ran, right? Like more people probably lost money on GME's January run than people that made money on it, right? Can you talk about Upstart a bit? Really getting smashed. I don't care as long as it closes above $20. Oh no, they're synthetically shorting it on Reg Show. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, we might see something exciting on Revlon before the meeting. I'm ready for it. I'm in. You should clip that for when people come back and cry about you not warning them of the risk. I mean, I've basically made a daily post on the Revlon chat every day saying that it's super fucking risky. Court date's on the 28th of October. Given that, assuming that someone always knows, shouldn't we expect a big move up or down on Rev before the meeting? Maybe. Sure, but I don't want to play that, right? That's like, that's not part of the thesis. So I would exit. Do you think October OPEX could have some potential, or are you more inclined to November? Um, Given that they didn't really start shorting big until August, yeah, I would say that I'm more inclined to look at November for a potential run, because it takes a while for the obligations to build up to be sufficient for us to have it any kind of like big price movement, right? Are you getting calls for SPY next week? Not for SPY. Gold mining sector for the future recession. Gross. I just got an email saying that we may notice colleagues leaving my company. Good time to buy puts as a hedge on my job. I mean, I guess it depends on where you work, but maybe. I mean, long dated puts right now and pretty much everything are a good play. If you have time to wade through it all. I'd prefer to buy them when the market's a bit higher, but
pores? Repeat after me. Hopium is not a hedge. Hopium is not DD. Hopium is the mind killer. Yeah. CS insolvency, bullish. Yeah, we'll see. Imagine going short AMD, long Intel, and yet, for a very long time, that was very profitable. Don't forget, Intel still has obscene amounts of cash. It's really nice being a monopoly for 2 decades. What if those outstanding warrants on Rev are in RP's name, and that's why he's not buying? They're not. Credit Suisse is ripping. On paper, Revlon is atrocious. That's what makes it the perfect play. I mean, there's a reason I still own it. I was getting hammered today. Or short interest is picking up. Yeah, Intel's getting a lot of money from the government. There's still some room to the downside, but it's not very strong. So we'll see. It's shaky right now. I have some calls. I'd be okay with like another test of 3650. Yeah, 1013's the bankruptcy, 1028's the delisting, as far as I know. No, 13 days isn't the max for Reg Show. Overstock was on Reg Show for like 2 years. I think a lot of people think Rev has a future is because GME could turn around. Not all shorts are wrong. I blame the education system, but everyone should learn to read financial statements. Yeah, I mean, Rev could turn around if it's squeezed the same way GME did, right? Like if that opportunity were presented to it, obviously it could turn around. I mean, us buying into Rev as, mismanaged and debt riddled as it is very similar in a way to, Cohen buying into like BBBY or something like that. Is that, there's potential for the price of the stock to run, and then, you can release equity and then have cash on hand to settle debt. Will that happen? Not necessarily. Obviously, it's a big risk, but it's not very, very different from that from a share buying standpoint. But the 35Cs are just a IV play. They've been very, very, very profitable for anybody who's been in it since we started this. What's up, disgruntled Karen, aka Russell My Jimmies? Hello, is this BlackRock customer service department? I saw your advertisement about these stonks that only go up in the ladies magazine last week and decided to buy some. I'm extremely dissatisfied with their performance so far and would like to return them. Good luck with that. Can we get some seller exhaustion up in here? We might have a little bit here. Give it a second. If we can cross back over 36.55, we move kind of into a better range for upside price improvement. Right now we're just kind of in between two, right? Like 36.20 or well 3600 and 36.55. This is bullish. This is kind of both. Like, there's a fair number of calls here, but also a lot of puts. So, you know, if we can move back above this, then we have a solid chance of holding a higher range. But where we're at right now is a little put heavy. Hey, my 3650s went in the money. Woo. I should put a stop on those just right away, huh? How come nobody's mentioning how holding M is holding its own? Probably because it's just super boring. I like M. I took 70% gains on it yesterday. Nice, man. Did you start hedging your rev positions? No. I probably won't either. When I say I don't care about the money that I could lose on rev, I mean it. If I lose every penny that I've put into rev, then it's just a net nothing, right? It's just a zero. Congratulations, Team Hippopotamus. To be fair, everything's running right now. Because the market's moving up. Are there any chances for Rev to be suspended during the delisting hearing? Maybe. If CS CDS's crash in price, the fear of default and fallout contagion will subside and could result in big ups. Really? Like, I just don't feel like CS has that much big up potential. I suppose, yeah. But the only way risk in those CDSs is going to drop is if we see the market moving up more. Because the downside is increasing their risk in them, or their margins on them. All my rev money comes from BBBY gains, so I'm not going homeless if it fails. Still, I'd like to hedge a little. That's fair. If you ask Gary Gensler one question, what would it be? What's the password for Pornhub Premium? Like the SEC password? Because you know their subscription's already paid in full. So I would ask him that in a public setting. I like Halliburton, actually. They're buying up $3 billion of their debt and selling assets. I know they didn't just announce it; they announced it like last night. 300 million from the 3 or 400 million from the hotel, and 3 billion in debt. Better question is, what does premium have that normal free Pornhub doesn't? I don't know. That's why I'd ask him for the password. My rev hedge is Ulta. Ulta is a great stock. BB-wise, I'm gonna say the price I bought it at back in July. Are people still holding at this point? Yes. I hedged my 800 rev shares with Jan 35Cs. Hey, Cat's coming back, nice and strong. This is a pretty good bounce. We might have a chance of moving into that 36.55 range. I like this. Should I pick up some more? No, because I'm not gonna get in 36.50. Two. I've got enough. I don't need to fucking overextend myself on this. I should move my stop up though. $36.49.59. I just don't want to see people get burnt, you know? I hate that. Or if they do get burnt, like they understand why they're gonna get what the potential for them getting burnt is. It's the platinum subscription. If Rev burns people, I'm making a video. Nice. I don't think Ulta's interested in buying Rev, but a few other manufacturers have hinted at a potential buyout in the past. Did you sell your cat calls? My Octobers. I sold the October 21s. I still have November and December calls. I've sold I've sold some of the November calls. I'm out of about half of my 165s now, and then I still have all of my like 170s, 175s, and 180s. What SPX do you have left? Right now I have 20 3640 contracts. And I have 10 3800s for November 18th. And 3 3700s for October 21st. So not a lot left on SPX. I sold a lot of them on the run, right? Like a lot of those dead, like that, those like floating straddle legs got closed out on the run up. Calls. I don't have any puts on I don't have any puts on SPX at all right now. Yeah, not just that, like mentally plan on it, but you know, position accordingly. If Rev doesn't do anything, I always have GME to fall back on. There's always another stock. That's not the issue. The issue is understanding, and this has been a problem with meme stocks and retail investors since the beginning. You got to understand what you're invested in and what the risks are, and you can't just talk yourselves in circles until you forget that there's any risk in the play at all. You should be keeping risk at the forefront of your mind at all times. It is the most important thing. Rule 1, don't lose money. You see the massive SPX options activity at 12:52? No. You can DM it to me. Maybe I just need to like open up another account on the stream and show people just like how to grow a small amount of money with reduced risk so people understand. God, that'd be fucking boring as shit though. You all say do it, but no one's gonna watch that. That's the worst. It's like, hey guys, checking in on our buy rate for 2 weeks out from now. Now it looks like we're up another 1.2%. That is a lot of fucking contracts. Ooh. You know, that really reminds me a lot of the... I'm buying more calls on SPX. Hold on. That really reminds me a lot of the options buy like 2 days ago. When we got that massive run. Dude, I do that boring stuff on my IRA accounts. Well, I need to open an IRA, but I'm really irresponsible, so I haven't. So it'd be the perfect opportunity for me to do that. You can just do a check-in on the small fund at a set time each day, like 1 p.m. small fund time. Maybe, yeah, like during the boring part of the day. That could be fun. I'll think about it. But how much money to start with? That's the question. Are you bullish on SPY for next week? I don't know. $5? Well, there's nothing you can do with 5,000. Like, if I do 5,000, it's pretty good because it's kind of the same as 1,000 or 10,000. I mean, I could switch to trading the SPY. I don't really care. Will you honor PDT rules if sub 25k? I mean, I probably wouldn't use margin. Well, Margin's tough. I don't know if I'd use margin. Maybe just cash. Growing 5K accounts is so fucking slow, though. So, yeah, I agree. I definitely wouldn't feature prominently, but I'll think about it. No, you can't trade margin in an IRA. It's IRS prohibits the use of IRA funds as collateral. How does the olive look with this drop? I mean, we're back in the orange. Maybe 1K plus 100 GME shares? That could be interesting. Love some more in-depth stuff on long-term investing. I just gained an IRA for my old job that's still in boomer ETFs. My other IRA is a bit too degen. So I want to do the sensible thing with this one. Appreciate all the financial edutainment. You really help people. Thanks, username accuserface. I appreciate it, man. Doing a small account speedrun will boost your ego even more. $5,000 accounts, day trading have a very, very low success rate. Like it's hard to beat like 65%. Well, if your target is 25,000. The more time you give yourself, the much higher the success rate is. But I used to try to do like 5K to 25K in 30 days, and it was hard to get over like 52%. 10K to 25K in 30 days is pretty easy, like 65%. You have to take a lot of risk trying to do it quickly, though. An account where you only wheel GME. I probably would, if I started doing that, GME would probably get wheeled a lot. That's 62% making it by 30 days. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna blow up a 10K account, right? It's just hard to get it to like enough profit, right? I mean, you could do it in one day, right? Bet the right direction on SPX with margin. Like if you went $10,000 short on SPX this morning. But I mean, that's obviously way too high risk, right? Like you would never do that if you were trying to grow an account. How sure are you the SPX trades I sent are bullish? They look pretty bullish. I think the 4500s are sold, but I like that they're being sold at 4500, right? Like that's a wide strangle. So someone's betting that there's going to be enough upside, or they'd be much closer to the money, right? You could grow a 5K account with SPX spreads though, without taking as much risk. Losing 70% is growth, right? No, Russell, my jimmies. Are you expecting a small run today? Maybe a little higher. I probably already have too much 0 DTE exposure to the SPX right now, but it's fun. And I have a stop, so I'm not gonna lose any money on it, I guess. I have no idea what people have invested in Revlon. I have probably way too much. Hear me out. 5K to 25K on a cat run, done. Yeah, you could do it. I mean, it's really got to run, but MES? What you abbreviating there, Verax? Too many fucking abbreviations. Do you think we'll see 370? Oh, okay. Why not just... Is that what people actually... Why would you use those? The micro? Why not just use E-minis? I don't trade the... Yeah, I don't trade micros. Or nanos. I think both of those contracts are just exist for dealers to fuck you on the spread. You think we'll see 370 before CPI? I mean, 370 is not outside of the range we can trade in. I would say 370 the upside, like the $100 range between 3,700 and 3,600, we can chop in. I think with a 5K account, you can just play ES. You don't need to play MES. Like you don't need to play micros. Like you have to use spreads, but what broker allows SPX and ES1 trading? Schwab. Pretty sure Fidelity. I know TDA does. What else? Yeah, I'm not 100% on Fidelity. I know Fidelity has SPX. I'm not sure if it has ES. Tasty works, yeah. IBKR. What the fuck is a mini option? What? Yeah, Fidelity doesn't have futures or options on futures. But they apparently have mini options. So it's just one time. When did they start fucking doing this? Oh, that's super shady. It's only on 5 fucking GLD. Dear God. Anyway. I don't know what the ticker for SPX is on TDA. Oh God, I'm at a proper right now. Gert, get me the fuck out of here before I hit end of day, guys. End of days guy. I have to work with him. Fuck my life. Oh, he's a prepper? Ouch. Playing with smaller accounts also puts you in a position of playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Not ideal. I mean, you can play to win with small accounts. You just have to, you know, you just limit downside risk. That's all. Your positions are smaller. That's the yeah. I agree. People mentally make that mistake really often. You trade with ES on 5K on intraday margin, but you can't hold it overnight. Yeah. But do you need to hold a spread overnight? You're talking directionally, DC. You can open up delta neutral positions and you don't have that issue. I'm willing to share how many rev shares you have. I have shared it. Too many. Yes, 4. No, it's no. Ico Champ was right. It's 4 shares of Revlon. I don't have 10,035C options. Jesus Christ. Is your pickles pick target for AMD unchanged with the recent news? I'm still targeting 70, but I'm averaging down and making sure I'm still in November for those. I don't live in the hills of Montana. My zero DTs are doing really good right now. Well, some of them are doing really good. I need to move that stop up because I'm going to get fucking roasted on these if I don't. When you sleep, do you see stock charts or am I just Rain Man? Sometimes I'll see, like, when I fall asleep, I'll see candlesticks moving in my dreams. They always move really fast. It's like a falling dream, but with candlesticks. Like, have you ever had that dream where you like you start to drift off to sleep and you feel like you're falling? Except for me, like, it'll just be candle. I'm not kidding. That's because you've burned Hank and Ashi's into your retina. Yeah. I have some positions for GME ETF FTDs. GME is my paralysis demon. I kid you not, last night I fell asleep at a dream where I was watching a stock and the candles started moving hella fast and going straight up. The worst part is I didn't have a position. How many of you guys have started to like panic check the market right when you wake up? Like you're like, oh fuck, I've slept too long, and you immediately like go check Futes and like spy pre-market. Nice. You'll get there. You'll develop all the same neuroses over time. Do you do it? Yeah. I mean, it's not like a cold sweat panic, but it's like you still wake up and check them. Maybe I should say compulsion to check the markets instead of panic check. Google's below 100, kind of tempting. Yes, it is. Where's the seller exhaustion, for God's sake? I think it was back here. We've got like kind of a nice uptrend going. It's slow, but slow and steady is always better than straight up. I mean, I mostly do watch the markets 24/7. Like, I'm not done with the day after the stream ends. I basically immediately move to, like, trading minis most days. If I don't have, like, something I have to do after work. Or after this. If I'm not trading minis, then I'm just researching shit. Start going through, like, the news feeds for the day. Seeing, like, looking at the less important economic data. You know, I don't really check stocks aftermarket a lot, though. I used to trade crypto, but I never slept, and it was problematic. Gross. I got stopped out. Motherfucker. I knew I set it too close. Whatever. I guess I took profits. How minis? What do you mean? Like how to trade futures? You can trade them on a bunch of brokers. Let's put expiration on Upstart. It's gonna be beautiful going into next week. Oh, it should be interesting. When did you buy your first crypto? 2014? And now I own none, so. What are your thoughts on the crypto market at this time? I have a buy order for BTC at 1650, and then another one at 1220. 12,020. I also have bets with GAF, but that's separate. Time to front run those crypto buys by $1. Okay. If you want to buy it for more than me, that's fine. Maybe that was Kenny's plan all along, to bore us to death. I mean, yeah. I recently met a guy who started trading crypto in 2020. He looks like a hollowed out husk of a man. The worst part is he doesn't want to touch traditional securities, and no, it wasn't GAF. I mean, I just don't like the volatility in crypto, right? Like long-term trends are way more reliable than they are in the equity market because it's all sentiment based, but I hate the volatility. Also, no options. So, I mean, they have options, but they suck. Didn't you read what he said, Guavora? He's too bored to support the channel. I like crypto when LRC turn. Hey, you figured it out, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I liked crypto when LRC turned 50 into 450. I don't like crypto anymore because number go down. Fair. That's on AMD CSPs right now. I would sell them under the resistance. Like I don't like, and you can't rely on the gamma neutral or like the Greek neutrals because it's already trading way below them. So, you know, next resistance on AMD's at 58.25. Which it's already approaching, right? What's it trading at right now? 59.85. Oof. And that's even scary because it's so close. Like buying 100 shares of AMD, $100 more for, well, $800 more than it could be in a few days. CPI comes in higher, right? Like AMD's going down to like 50. So I'd be careful with them. I'd be really careful with them. You're selling them into like a very rapid downtrend. Same reason you don't sell, you know, CCs into bullish trends, right? You don't sell CSPs into bearish ones. It's not a loss. You can make it back behind the dumpster. It's a job. It doesn't have to be sloppy. When in doubt, reload Dan Cannon. Thank you for the Dan's Guide to Investing. Would you rather go Google or AMD at these prices? Google, way more stable, not as affected by supply shock. Also a fucking monopoly. Like if you want to talk about moats, Google's got a big one. Thoughts on SPX? Do you think we'll gap back to 3,700 by Monday? I don't know if we'll gap it, but we could move up towards the higher range. Just remember that, you know, probably a lot of chop and like delta neutral positioning on SPX for the next like 2 days, right? Everyone's going to be trying to play as neutral as possible into PPI and CPI. Is Upstart risky to get on before forced settlement? It's already on forced settlement. Google doesn't have Lisa. That's true, but I mean, Lisa's as great as Lisa Su is, and you know, even with the down economy, still year over year beat earnings by 29%, which is phenomenal, might I add. It's still not Google, man. Like, I love AMD, but I'll hold Google for 10 years. What's your time horizon that you're looking to play on Upstart? Because if you're trying to play like the near term on it, it's really, really risky. If you have some theta, there's a good chance that, you know, some covering needs to occur at some point. Would you hold Apple for 10 years? I won't buy Apple's stock. I used to wheel it. Now I just like I'll play calls on Apple, but I won't buy their stock. I hate Apple. I'm considering it's not playing SPX on Wednesday and Thursday till after CPI. I mean, can you straddle or something? Like, you're probably get a good opportunity to play both sides of a straddle over the weekend into Wednesday. Although some theta decay on that, so if you don't buy enough time, you could strangle it. Expensive though, like short strangle. What would you do if Upstart drops below 20? I'll own 2,500 more shares. That's what'll happen if Upstart falls below 20. Ooh. Rev getting hammered? Cool. I got short strangled today. Was it worth it? My CPI play is to buy out of the money calls on the big green candle, then buy out of the money puts on the big red candle, then hold the contracts until expiration. Okay, I like it. Well thought out. Where did they find this rev liquidity? I mean, they're probably shaking out some people, right? But I mean, they can create it. Theoretically, they shouldn't be able to, but you know, they can still buy puts. So there's always the DMM. It's still an NYSE stock, right? Fucking Saman. I love how all price movement on Revlon now is blamed on him. End of day profit taking, little recovery end of day, do you think? Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, there are different color candles. $5 Jan 23 Fubo calls roll out? I mean, you could if you want to. Is there a problem with them? Are you just afraid because it's dropped back to 375? It's just a green on up, white on down. Easier on the eyes and less stressful on cruddy days like today. Instead of a bloodbath, it's a snowy forest wonderland. Be honest, you're just on the 1 hour and you're using the white candles to remind you to do another line. Everyone knows you're part of the quant team. Did you see SPY re-reaching 367 end of day? It's not impossible, but it's not super likely right now. Is it a good time for Zom puts? Are you trying to play like the strategic oil reserve release? Oxy would be a better target if you want to buy puts on something for that. What does work-life balance look like for you? 100-0. Is it a good time for Friday Fubo fun facts? Yeah, I guess you could if you want to. What do you got? What are the requirements for the quant team? I sort of know what I'm doing. It sounds like you might be overqualified. Sorry, Veronica. Given the new market day and today's price actions, do you have different opinions going into early next week? No. Guys, Gherk doesn't work. He geeks out over stocks. Listen, Cornub, you don't need to tell people about our 4 a.m. option strat sessions, okay? It's none of their goddamn business. $200 contacts, Rev October 7, 350C, sold at 105 when OI below that strike is 0. Huh. Exactly, Cornub. Exactly. You see the OI and GME Jan 23s? Isn't gamma inevitable? That's not how that's spelled. But, no. What? Why is everyone saying what? Is this a thing we're doing? I feel like we got shafted on Fubo Friday fun facts. How are my calls? We only need the rally of our generation. It'll be okay. We just had a rally. What did you do nothing with it? Did you just like, you were like, oh, this is really cool, and then just waited it out? I'm just fucking with you, NW. Rev shorts can shake the pickle jar all they want. We sealed. I would expect default rates will rise, Callum. That was like, that's one of the like things that, you know, is bearish about Upstart, is they expect a lot of defaults. Affirm too. I think I actually talked about this like last year on a firm that like defaults are going to go up as they started to raise rates. The three remaining Apple calls only require Apple to run 10% over 2 days to be profitable. Hopium achieved. Wait, don't you have the November 170s? You've got like 2 weeks, man. The olive didn't break down. That's not how the olive works. Oh, you got the October 14 165s? I paid $6 for them. You know, Dork, I love doing the wild out of the money fucking calls with you. It gives me more insight into the mind of the poors. Like, this contract's $5. It must be great. Why else would the market maker sell it to me for nothing? If Apple runs 10% in 3 days, I'm gonna make some money on 150Cs I bought today. I'll be able to close the rest of my 145 calls, which would be fantastic. Everyone knows MMs use reverse psychology. DDS running, M recovering, ETF FTDs? Yeah, starting to. Not a lot on GME though. It's that time of the month. When Jimmy Vaps? I don't know. Vaps? Fuck. October, November. More likely November. Slight upside maybe next week. I don't know if TA on Revlon is valid. Good call entry for Daku. Hmm. Ooh. Daku got fucking smashed today. And there is a part of me that really, really just wants to buy some stock here. Not terrible. I wouldn't go very far out of the money, but yeah, it doesn't look awful. Maybe like 2150s. 50s aren't bad. 52-week low though. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna start buying up Sherwin soon again. There's a trend of having a 29-inch wheel in the front and a 26-inch wheel in the back. These bikes were called 69ers. Huh. Ask how, ask now, ask Sherwin-Williams. Is that like actually their motto? Rev below 5 equals more likely to get delisted? No. Rev above 1 is what matters. Do you have poor eyesight after years of looking at screens 20 hours a day? No? I'm doing DD about Fubo. Did you ever take a look at what Bally is doing? No, I didn't. Who are they? Bali or Bally? Bally Total Fitness? I don't know who you're talking about. Probably one of Fubo's main competitors. I really figured DraftKings was one of their main competitors. Or, you know, like Dish or Time Warner. Hmm. Have you ever worked out with kettlebells? Yeah. I don't know. The fact will be about that. Oh god. Dish blows. I left their employ after 18 months. Fox Sports, same like on Fubo, right? Did you see the ESPN DraftKings partnership announced yesterday? No. I could be bullish for a buyout on Fubo, though. I've made my brother 15K on AMC and Bobby, and he's mad at me because he lost 1K on Rev. Some people, man. I mean, realized losses? Or is he just down 1,000? Dixie and TNX moving up. Yeah, they're inversely correlated. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people have higher expectations for Nvidia, but I think a move back down to like 90 to 80 is more likely. Jimmy to $25. Let's fucking go. Upstart 22 by end of day. I mean, it's turning back around, but the market's not. Expansive stunt. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you want
Bullish on the rev drop. Good sign that they're looking to short this much.
we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
I mean, the market's just dropping really hard, right? Like, market's moving back to the 36.35. 36.35. I told everyone earlier. There's put gamma all the way down to like 36.20. I don't think we'll fall below 3,600, at least not today. There's a decent amount of call gamma there. Why are you uncomfortable? Because of the song? It's okay. This isn't a cult. How safe is it to hold Jimmy for the next 2 MR? Moon rounds? Covering ETF FTDs into the sell-off. Usually Jimmy drops significantly more when the market is dropping off. Jimmy also has like very high utilization right now. You think we close above 36.40? I don't know. If we dropped to 36.20 though, I might pick up another set of calls. And see if I can make another sweet tiny return. I don't want to buy puts on it though because the gamma's so weak. Two years. Oh. I don't know. I think it's pretty safe. I'm gonna keep holding it, but my cost basis is really low. I'd factor your cost basis into that. I mean, if you have a pretty low cost basis, it's probably fine to hold it for a while. If you don't, riskier. Obviously, we're going into a recession. I think GME will do well in a recession. RC rug pulled the market. He's probably mostly cash at this point. He's just got GME and Apple, right? I just bought some GME 25C for October 21 because they do so good in recessions. Totally reasonable. DocuSign back at 47. Jimmy holding the ascending floor since the beginning of September. So far? Although we've got to be pretty close to falling through. Yeah, we fell through it a little bit this morning. What's shitty is that we're below gamma neutral. Which means they don't need to do as much hedging to keep the price down. Like they don't have to buy as many puts. When we're above gamma neutral, but they're keeping they're curving the skew negative. That's like really good because they build up a lot of obligations. But below gamma neutral, it's just negative. There's like a fair bit of upstart trading in dark pools today. Yeah, it's usually pretty high. What's the safest way to play a downturn in the market like this? CSPs seem risky. CCs require you to own the underlying and not a great idea to do buy rights if you expect a downturn. Yeah, you can just buy puts. Like long dated puts. You can sell strangles, right? Which is, you know, both. You can bet on directionality with spreads like bull put or bear call, right? And then you're limiting or capping your downside risk. Hey, did anybody have the balls to hold out the Sava spreads into the end of the week? Godlike. When SPX 3000? I don't think we'll see it this year. Thoughts on how low Costco will go? I don't know. I'm a buyer of it below like 425. I don't think it's gonna hit it anytime soon, but if it falls back down to like the 450, 400 range, I definitely buy some. It could hit like 380 over the next couple quarters. Although they're probably gonna show really good returns for the holiday season. So like Q1 of next year, their Q4 earnings will probably be really good. Yeah, I'm not worried about like their business model or anything like that. What price are most existing long-term shorts still underwater on GME? What existing long-term shorts? I mean, GME doesn't have that much short interest right now. And I'd imagine most of those shorts were at much higher prices than we're currently trading at. I don't even know what reported short interest is. And if it's swapped out, then it's irrelevant because it's swapped out. I wanted to open up Sava spreads when I hit 45, but I got scared. I mean, I just opened the one that was in Pickles picks. It was good. It was like a 50% return on capital over 1 week. Well, return on risk, but still. Here, you know what, Bipolar Bear? Do you want me to make it 913? Because I could do that. We're coming up on the 2-year swap dates. Yeah, what if they're 5-year or 10-year swaps? Looks like uptrend on Dixie. Kind of looks like it's going to normalize and trade flat again. I think the volatility in Dixie is kind of dying down, but maybe. The fuck are these candles on VX? I don't even know what VXN is. You threatening me? Yes. Costco hits 400. You look for positions, leaps, or shares? Leaps. Why? I don't know. It seems like something fun to do. They're trying to make deals and reassure investors. Who? Costco? I know people? So do I. You threatening me back? This is awesome. Jimmy trying to break gamma neutral. Hopefully. Here's the better question. Is GME currently a leading indicator of SPX action? Like, I've had these right under each other for so long now that I'm starting to think that, like, volatile upside movement in GME is a leading indicator of volatile upside. I'm going to test this. Don't roar at me. It's almost time for you to hibernate anyway. At what level would you need to see QQQ go to for Q4 rally thesis void? For the Q4 rally thesis? I think it'll just move up with the rest of the market, right? I don't think it's gonna be like a huge rally. I just think we'll see some like good tech earnings and people will lean on those because they're tired of all the downside. Jesus, it's been 17 months. It has, apparently, claw range. Well, the beginning of 17 months, so 16. We've been together so long. You're my you guys are my longest relationship. And that's not because I'm an insufferable asshole with a giant ego. Oh, wait, maybe it is. I don't think polar bears hibernate. What do you think they do in the summer? When will you see a stream where you trade futures? Probably never. I don't have that set up. It's in spite of it. Thanks, Osified. In the summer, they become brown bears. No, that's not how that works. I've spent more time with you this past year than my wife. Am I doing marriage right? I mean, if you're making money, but I know you're not, so maybe not. My grandpa once told me that if I was ever going to be married, I better either have time or money. Maybe they're hedging before active fund pressure kicks in. I think it's just really sensitive to active fund pressure. Right? Did you close Sava because it's trying to do a thing? Yeah, hit 99% profit. It should still be at 99% profit, unless it gapped up or something. Oh, yeah, it rocketed up real hard. I hope people did. Otherwise, they're gonna... Actually, I think it's got to move up quite a bit at this point for you to go out of the money on the spread. It's got to be above... Yeah, so it's got to be above 42. So yeah, the spread's still 100% profit. So if you closed it at any point today, it was 100% profit. $104 credit on 200 margin. It couldn't have been better. I wish I'd done like 50 more of them. Pickle port, leading indicator. Looks like Sava might have some ETF FTDs. Makes sense, actually. Okay, we're back above gamma neutral. We didn't close below gamma neutral, guys. Bipolar bear is not banned. Oh, Jesus. Really? Banned polar bear? You're so childish. Wrong kind of time. I don't think he meant the seasoning. Like the herb. I'm rubber, you're glue. But it's opposite day. Get fucked. Yeah, Upstart's doing an upspurt. Just ETF FTDs or de-risking? Good question. Could be either one. Pretty impressed with the levels Fubo's holding during the downturns. It's doing pretty good. So there's 11,000 sold puts at 27, still open on Upstart. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen today, right? That seems way too bullish. Are you sure they're sold? Cat looking weak into close, in your opinion? Cat looks fine. Can you tell if it's weekly puts selling off? It could be. There's a shitload of them. Oof. Fubo 2023 $10. I mean, they're just like a volatility play, right? Only pick I didn't play, of course, lol. God damn it. Took a little beating is all. Fubo 2023 $10 calls were not a pickles pick. Kramer lashed out about inverse ETF. What if Kramer recommends the inverse ETF? Oh, Caterpillar? I mean, Caterpillar is always just the best. Like, will you ever buy more GME? Sub 20? Sub 20, I'd probably start selling CSPs on it again. So, yeah. Yeah, we've done that. A lot, bought Wookie Cream. Like, you want to get every day's time and sale data from the past? That's very expensive. I could just, you know what? I have all these shitty October 21 GME calls. And I could just sell CCs and pay for them. Do I want to do that? I do have shares in this account. Something to think about. Have you guys seen this weird shit with GME's, like, next week's IV? Next week's At the Money IV is at 88. And then October 21st is at 94. And November 18th is at 106. Now that there's an inverse Kramer ETF, Kramer's going to beat the market by 300% for the rest of the year. High IV meaning they're pricing a move up? No, it's the curve, the IV curve with a smile is super fucked. Like IV on shorter dated calls should be higher than farther dated calls. I find it interesting that 95% of all stocks are at or below their 2-year price except GME. That's fair. Rev looking bullish yet? No. I mean, it didn't fall below 450, but I wouldn't say this looks super bullish. DDS looks good today. Lots of short-term puts. Backwardation on IV? Kind of, yeah. I mean, it falls back off into the, like, far future. Like, if you go out to... Actually, maybe it doesn't. It might be skewed even worse than that by now. Wait, that's not... That's Caterpillar. Yeah, Jan 23's... It is, right? Ivy frown. Decent time to enter GME leaps? Well, no, I just explained how they're more money than the near dated calls. Nasdaq heading below 10K soon. Didn't think I'd see the day. 2 years of growth wiped out. Let's say we're at bottoms. And Nasdaq's having a really shitty day today. I don't think we're gonna see 10K for a while, but it's rough. Well, sub 10K. If you banned everyone, the only way people could communicate with you is via Ko-Fi. You know, I feel like JFresh made that point once before too. That's not cool though. Then people wouldn't be able to get information. Man, Upstart kind of really wants to squirt. Fubo squirt? Oh shit. F dubs. I think it's hysterical that when Fubo falls below $4, they start high frequency trading it. I just want to say thanks for sharing so much about Cat. It quite literally is paying my health insurance premium check I just wrote. That's fucking awesome, man. Congratulations. Happy to help. No, it's... Fubo, the squeeze play? Fuck you. It is not a squeeze play. It's a long-term buy and hold. Spy gonna tap 360? I don't know. Is it falling into a lower range than SPX? No, I don't think so. This would be a really good point for it to catch a bit of a bid. Yeah, like 362, 37, 362, 30. Oh well, I guess I'll hold these 3,500 Ps over the weekend. Those are pretty far out of the money. It's so funny that people think Fubo is a squeeze play and Rev's a long investment. Yeah, I know. I guess you did, dork. Anybody from the Louvre here? I got a stream card idea. You can just talk to them in their chat. If I'm long a put on a stock that has earnings in a few weeks, and I want to hold the option through earnings but want minimal IV crash. Would it work well to sell far out of the money and far dated calls puts? Like a long strangle or short strangle? You want to hold the option through earnings but want minimal IV crush. You could sell like an out of the money. I mean, you're already long, right? So you could sell an out of the money call or an out of the money strangle to capture the IV crush. I have enough to sell a CC. $5 a week. Here I come. Holy shit. It's it is open. It's interesting that you can't see it. Bro, that's an extra Fubo share a week. After 100 weeks, I'll have enough to sell 2 Fubo CCs. You're well on your way. AMD, unbelievable. I came really close to that resistance. It's kind of recovering a bit right now. Ooh. Buys are going crazy. Ooh, can I buy 65s? They're about to do a crime. Well, probably. What'd you do? Stuff. Sounds like you got IV crushed, Kenneth. As a Euro poor, I have most of my long-term port in non-freedom bucks. Do you think it's worth it to liquidate and move my options account at IBKR? Or do you see the dollar reverting soon? I mean, we have more interest rate rises on the horizon. I don't think the dollar is going to go down. Not for a couple quarters. It'll have pullbacks, but I think the overall trend is going to be up. Upstart $65 calls. Sinus VUPs or dumps? Well, we're moving up into sinus, so bullish. Oh, I bought 3650 0 DTE calls on SPX. Cause greed. They're not up much. They're up a little bit, but not a lot. The song for this bullish day. There's nothing bullish about today. Well, it's not like they were very expensive. They expire in 56 minutes. Play VUPs so we can ride down again. Ah, whatever. I'll play it.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock.
No, we already missed power hour. It's always as the market goes red. Are you still holding Apple calls in November? Yeah. I have a bunch of different strikes, but yes. I cut most of the 145s, but I still have a few left. Can we get this Cenas song? Probably. No, I have November 145s and 170s. Last month, as soon as I got my paycheck, I sent the money to IBKR and converted them all to US dollars. Nice. If this were a cult, would you be David Koresh or Marshall Applewhite? I don't know who they are. Yeah, I mean, it seems worth it to trade in US dollars. Imagine having to minimize exposure to your own currency. Applewhite was Jonestown. Wasn't that Jim Jones? Is the Jones? The dad shoe, whatever the dad shoe is. The New Balance, like 522s. Like the one doctors always wear. More 0 DTE calls? Fuck yeah.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it.
Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
Back to gambling without worrying about having hundreds of stock I don't want to carry over the weekend. Later, band Polar Bear. Why are you bullish? SPX is down 275 points today. I just realized what kind of hurdle to acceptance there must be for new people on this channel. Yeah, we're not big on attracting a new audience here. You know? We get new people every once in a while, but they usually come in and ask things about, like, when MOASS and do you see AMC going up in the next quarter? So short-lived, you know? Full Cenas breakdown. Well, I don't know. I just lost $35 on spot SPX calls. I'm financially ruined. Jimmy laying off 82 employees in Switzerland? Yeah, because they're in the shopping center at the mall that Credit Suisse is selling off. No, I'm just kidding. Are you still bullish on this weekend's great fall weather? Yes. How did you know? My favorite temperatures are between 55 and 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Lurking, avoid shunning. Hashtag thanks, Bithead. Thanks, Purpley outside. Thanks, Eskimo Vapor. Thoughts on aliens? I don't know. Make stuff go up, Pickle Man. That's not how this works. I'm still thinking about it, Sisyphus. We'll see. Thoughts on Fubo as a Theta Gang play? I mean, it already has been, right? Are you selling cover calls on it? They're pretty decent. You don't have to give me money, Sisyphus. Giving me money is not going to convince me to do it. Would Ivy drop, making CCs less reliable? I mean, over time, sure, but Ivy's still very elevated right now. How much would I have to give you to buy the Revlon float? $20 million? And then another 10 million to DRS it. For the anguish. I keep all profits. No, I don't play WoW. What's up, Pickled and Paranoid? Don't forget your physical cert as well. Revlon physical certs? Ooh. I could keep them in a folder. Or like a filing cabinet. I've always wanted to have a filing cabinet, like a big one, in my house. I don't know what I'd use it for, but I've always wanted one. I like the noise they make. Do you play instruments? I feel like you used to play guitar. You know, I never played guitar. I played violin, which is not like guitar. Hey, look, the spy's falling off yet another cliff. One of these days, we're gonna hit that 3620 mark. Just not too fast. Oppression hurts, but you don't have to. Thank you, Woodlorf. I don't have any serial killer victims. I'm obviously not a serial killer. So, yeah. Or a centaur. You think I just like run around the streets of New York and kick people? Do you have a timeline for Upstart? Sometime this year would be cool. I had to buy both of them, Fluffy. I couldn't just get one. And they're not like, I mean, they're not gigantic. They're just commercial. You're straddling the SPX over the weekend? Probably, yeah. That's ridiculous. I mean, everything's a play every day. I don't know what you mean. Did I pick Zom for this week? No. I have Oxy, not Zom. Similar exposure. A little bit different. Is there any point to buying calls on SPX? Will there be any upside? At some point. Can't go down forever. Zero's closer than infinity, but no, I didn't pick Zom. How does the overstock reg show situation compare to the upstart reg show situation? I don't know if it does. Not Zomedica. He's talking about ExxonMobil. What, did you say something? How far out do you buy puts for a straddle? Like 5 to 7 DCE. All right, what did you get censored, Kendra? I'm sorry. Wait. You didn't say anything. Show the VW graph. Is Upstart is a legit company? Yeah, they are. What do they do? They're a lender adjacent AI borrower rating tool, essentially. But they're also a lender. Similar to like FICO or Equifax, TransUnion. Oh, did I blur out? Wasn't Upstart like $300 earlier this year? How do they fuck up that short position? It got overcrowded. Nope. I don't know how this happens. Why does it like lose focus? SoFi play all along. Isn't it like $4 right now? Oh, look, it's $5. I mean, it's really cheap right now. They'll probably do better into next year. But I mean, back when Bruce was talking about it, it was still like fucking $15. Imagine buying SoFi at $15. Ugh. Yeah, $5 isn't so bad on Credit Suisse. You might be able to get it cheaper. Or not Credit Suisse, SoFi. Same shit. Is there any JPY Bank of Japan related stuff over the weekend? I'm not sure. I haven't looked. Maybe? Do you know anything about mortgage servicing rights and their increased profitability going into higher rate environment? Not a lot about it. No, I'm not like a mortgage industry expert. I know that people who service loans will make more money in a higher interest rate environment, but they'll also be facing less demand. Hi all, I'm new. Can you tell me what the rules are? Don't be a cunt. That's about it. Also, I'm pretty sure you're just bipolar bear, but I'm not sure. Feels the same, you know? How do you think the rate hikes affect Upstart? It's probably actually good for them. Since they don't do a lot of origination themselves, but make points off of the loans that they're adjacent to. If there's more points, they can make more money. I hate that rule. That's the only rule. Bipolar didn't get banned. Don't worry about it, pickled and paranoid. Any thoughts on Canadian housing market? No. Literally none. I don't know. Probably just track bigger, more important housing markets. Maybe it's more volatile. I know they had a we're gonna get it. We're gonna get 36.20 end of day. The puts aren't capitulating until they're in the money. If Jimmy closes over $25, this will be 2 weeks in a row of zero price movement. If you had to buy puts on something right now, what would it be? I don't know. I'm probably going to buy some puts on SPX. Well, I'm going to straddle SPX into close. Sava? I'd probably buy puts on Sava, but far dated. I'd rather have like bear call spreads, but just because the IV is so fucking high on the puts. Average down SPY 1021 3070 or buy less 365s. 1021 3070. Might not be a terrible opportunity to average them down. I have some 3700s for the same expiration. Just a couple. I'll probably buy a few more, but I'll confirm like a turnaround first. Like we'll see how repositioning OI looks Monday morning. I'm convinced that now Pickled and Paranoid, Bipolar Bear, and Heath Dill are all the same person. See you later, Zach. What? AMD? They released a preliminary earnings report last night that cut their forward expectations by like 55%. Year over year, they still had 29% growth, but they're pulling their margins in. It's bad. Buckled Up Jen and I are the same. I know. Yeah, same person, right? Disassociative bipolar bear. Good time to buy cat. Thinking of taking my CC money into something new. Oh, well, no. And then also, covered calls on Caterpillar are awful. Welcome to Cornichon, Pickled and Paranoid. Thank you so much. End of day pull. For what? Which stock? All of them? I did my first overnight spread on SPY today. I didn't lose money because I sold the put leg, covering the total cost but not 100% profit. That came about later. What did I miss? Oh. I don't know. Nothing? SPX on the daily looks terrible. Running nice edge. If CPI is bad, looks like the crash could come far sooner than we thought. Agreed? No, I don't think we're in danger of a crash. There's still no liquidity, right? Oh, Kendra finally actually said something. And of course, it was... Okay. Really? The thing you said was so bad it won't even show up on the page? "13 minutes. Story time. I let my neighbor borrow my wife's dildo last week, but today I found it in my sock drawer. Should I be worried? Live life 365. I guess if it's been properly cleaned with a gentle detergent. Yeah, we got it. You're a pickle. If you could put a percentage on the chance that Rev stays listed, what would it be? 50. I like those odds. All right. What reason would NYSE have to delist Rev, honestly? Because they feel like it. They have that kind of power. Here it is. We did it. We tested 3620. We slid all the way to the bottom of the fucking puts. Ridiculous. We're still in the fucking pimento. Relax. Pimento's still like 2 more weeks. We're just in the shitty part of the pimento where we don't want to be. If we fall out of the pimento, it's game over. Remember when we were ready for a rally? Remember when it happened? And then ended really quickly? 24-minute calls? You sold me. What do you think about the fact that if Rev stays listed, it'd be on a probationary basis, subject to quarterly review? Maybe that's not a reason for institutions to go full bull. It's still a reason for institutions to buy it back for their ETFs, though, right? Thank you for being you. Olive Nectar soon. Thank you so much, Jimbo. I appreciate it, man. Will you summon the Dens to offer handies to JPOW to save our currently doomed calls? Could. I've already made back the $35 I lost earlier. I'm about to eat like a king tonight if we break the EMA 30 here. Just can't buy them fast enough. No, I'm gonna set stops. Stops. I can't believe you figured me out so quickly. What gave it away? I know people, right? 36.25 and 36.30. Yes. Fuck yeah. God, I love the SPX. That's so fucking unreasonable. It's like $300, $1,500, like that. I fucking love this video game so much. How many fucking SPX calls did you buy? 20 of each? Not like a lot. No, rate's not announced next week. CPI and PPI data, though. Fuck. Oh, I love it. See, this is what's so great about the market right now. It's 50% depression, 50% exuberance. Did you close the 10/21/30s on GME? No. I'm gonna buy more of them on Monday. Do you know if there's high FTDs the second part of the month for Upstart? We don't have that report yet, but there were high FTDs going into the end of August. I'm starting to think that everybody with a gray name now is just bipolar bear. It's making me paranoid. What's up, Average Joe? Oh, you're a doctor now? Congratulations. With selling Fubo shares now that we're bought at 358, then sell a $4 CSP for next week, collecting $33 to buy back at 367 makes sense. I suppose. Is a CSP for next week on Fubo? It's $33? Eh. I mean, I guess you could. What if you don't get assigned? What if the price goes up? Hold on, I gotta move my stops. More? Just give me all my money back then. That's fine. No Henk and Ashi on SPX? No, I need to see where they open. No smoothing. I'm a former zillionaire who paper-handed his membership because I had to watch my expenses a bit. That's okay, man. Glad you're still around. Probably don't get the FTDs until Monday the 17th. They typically don't give it early when the 15th is a weekend. Yeah. Sometimes they do, though. I love how it's just arbitrary, though. Oh, okay. They're all gone. That was super fun. What a great end of the day. Check DMs, new remix tunes, extra auto tune for good measure. Ooh, I like this. Yeah. This is fire. Good fucking job, Taryn.
Tell me how you like it. Hashtag not a cult.
That was fucking awesome, man. Idea, hear me out. Pickles flash picks. Show us how you just did that to SPX. Okay, well, so I knew that the end of the puts, like the end of the put gamma was at 36.20. So at 36.20, I bought 36.25s. It started to break up. And then when it tested the EMA 30, I bought 36.30s. Then I just kept moving the stops on them up. And I got stopped out right here. Right, because like when it reaches the end of those puts, it's gonna create like positive pressure as they close them because they're 0 DTE, right? So the second they're in the money, they're gonna close them out. Guys, make sure to check out all the pickle jar artists and give them a big thanks and shout out and on their Spotify's. Super cool stuff they do for us here. How did you know put gamma? Oh, I just guessed. No, I mean I looked at a chart of put gamma earlier today. Use the EMA ribbon for stop losses? No, I mean it ended up working that way this time, but no. EMA ribbon. God damn it, Snuffin. All right, well, you go down that rabbit hole and see how it works out for you. Made 41 bucks ghosting you. Thanks, doing big things. Nice, man. That was Terran for hire, or maybe on Dan for hire on the Discord. I don't remember if it's Terran or Dan on the Discord. remixing a Ben D. Shaft original. So I tried Al's New York Pizza the other day here in OC based on your recommendation. Sauce less than flavor. I mean, good luck finding something better in Orange County. You're in like a pizza wasteland. Well, markets are driven by options right now, right? Because they're very illiquid. And so most of the positioning in the markets is hedging, right? Which is all done with options. If the markets were more liquid, some of these strategies would be less reliable. "10 minutes to set up the long weekend straddle." I kind of want to see where this ends up, because if it moves above like 3650, I'm gonna strangle, because I already have 3700 calls, so I'll just strangle like 3625 or something. Too bad I got stopped out. I would have made a shitload of money on that candle. I mean, if you think about it, like, think how big the market is, and it's still driven by options, right? And like, and how illiquid GME is in comparison, and you can kind of get an idea for how strongly GME's price action is correlated to its options. Hold on. Tony's Little Italy in North OC, not bad. I don't know if I've ever been there. Yeah, that gave me a way better opportunity to set up my straddle. So I got 3640s, 3650 calls. Would you take any potential positions for GME ETF FTDs now, or wait until Monday? I have a small position right now. I'll probably add to it on Monday. So I'll average it down and then see what happens. Just go buy frozen pizza from the grocery store if you live in Orange County. Yeah. There's some better places in LA. And there's some okay ones in San Diego. Like Bronx Pizza in San Diego is pretty good. And I can't remember the name of the place in LA, but they're okay too. kind of bland, but decent crust. I don't know who Gavin DeGraw is. They opened up a Prince Street in the Arts District in DTLA. Is it worse? Sbarro's and Pizza Hut are disgusting. Can you figure out how much short gamma is weighing on the SPY? I mean, a bit. Total? It's like a negative 7.5 billion per 1% move, or negative 712 million per dollar. Okay, cool. All right, straddle's in, so we're good for the weekend. No, I straddled. I got a really good opportunity to get into puts at 36.40. So I got 36.40 puts, 36.50 calls. It's more of a strangle, but close enough. That's not true. I've had some Detroit pizza that was really interesting. I mean, different styles of pizza, but when other places try to make New York pizza, it's awful. But yeah, like I've had some like Detroit pizza that was really good. I've had like some pizza in Chicago that was good. Not the deep dish, that's fucking like a soup bowl, but like the flat pizzas in Chicago, like the pub or bar pizza or whatever the fuck they call it. How far are your strikes to strangle this weekend? $10 a part? 36.40, 36.50. I don't like... So New Haven pizza's good, but I've decided that I don't like it. It's too chewy, weird, and floppy, and I don't know why they cut their pizza that way. Like, so in New York, pizza is cut into 8 slices, right? And you get these like nice big slices that you can like you can like fold down the middle and eat, right? And it's perfect. In New Haven, you got a pizza, which isn't even always fucking round. They haven't, but I'm not going to get into that. But they cut their pizzas like, they're like this. Like they just let like a monkey with a pizza cutter cut it. Or they're trying to draw pentagrams. But it's terrible. And that drives me nuts. It's also chewy, raw, and they don't clean their ovens, so you've got coal all over the bottom. Some of them are better. I've been to all the like New Haven pizza spots, and like I don't mind modern. Modern's okay, but like Frank Pepe's and Sally's suck. I said it. I thought I liked the coal initially too, but then your whole mouth just starts to taste like it. Like the second time I ate it, I was over it. Cole, you say? BTU partnership? Maybe want to look at the options chain for Cano. Unusual whales alert, 130k call options in the money, less than 1,000 puts in the money. That's a big options position. Cano Health. I mean, it's already like running really hard, right? It looks like it's gonna leg up again. Might be interesting. And market's closed, so I'm not gonna buy any today, but it looks interesting. CVS is acquiring it. Oh, okay. Probably so probably in the money options to be exercised, and it looks like all the puts closed out. Welcome to Baphomet's Pizza of New Haven. Try our claimed pepperoni pentagram pizza. Buy one, get one 50% off. Still no internet at work. What's up, Secure? Welcome back, man. Yeah, GME with a nice strong finish. It looks good going into the ETF FTDs. Caterpillar too. Ah, fuck it. Everything with a pretty strong finish. Market even pulling up a little bit. Yeah, so I mean a big drop off today. We hit the low end of the puts on SPX. But hopefully with those cleared out and you know a lot of the in the money puts being cash settled today, we'll start to move into a period with a little less downside pressure next week. However, we do have PPI and CPI data back to back Wednesday and Thursday of next week, and really nothing on Monday and Tuesday besides some, you know, Fed speeches. So expect a lot of delta neutral positioning from large, like larger entities. Waiting for that PPI and CPI data, and that could lead to a lot of stagnation in the indices and like more indice exposed stocks. GME, Upstart, Macy's, they all have their, you know, ETF FTD period during that same time frame. So, you know, with the market stagnating and it being here's the plus, right? So if the market's fairly stagnant, you have low active fund participation, which means that, you know, we're not going to see internalization go up, but it's also very hard for them to offload internalization, right? So, you know, if we continue to rise on the back of ETF FTDs, they may have to just dump their internalization, which could spark like a nice run and a gamma flip and all the things that we want to see. So the potential's there, but be really cautious with it because they have spent a lot of money on both Upstart and GME this week trying to keep their prices down, right? So really trying to stave off that gamma flip. If they do let it flip, and I think it is if they let it, they will be hedged, and the upside probably won't be very long. So be prepared and, you know, get ready to position accordingly. That's about it though. I mean, you know, big rally this week, obviously into a big drop into the end of the week. If we do stabilize in this range going into next week and PPI and CPI aren't as crazy as they could be, you know, this may really be the beginning of a bigger rally. Like our pullback is still to a higher low. The trend isn't fully bearish yet. At least in the short term, the macro trend is obviously still extremely bearish. But it could be a good opportunity to kind of lift some of these underwater calls back in the money. And then, you know, obviously we'll be positioning, or I'll be positioning to the downside for, you know, the future into the Fed rates. Fed rate increases. We have SLD coming the following week before OPEX. So I'll be positioning for all of that. And We'll talk more about that this weekend on the members only stream, Sunday at 12:30. Thank you, Dr. Gilgamesh, King of the Dans. I'll see you on Sunday, man. Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend, everyone. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.